Welcome everyone back, of course, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia Super Weekend. Here we are, Tarzan, for week number 2, and telling the story here is what we are after, Tarzan. And by golly, what a story it has been already coming off the back of the second Super Weekend. We don't have the likes of those top in before, like Falcons, but what we do have is very exciting storylines indeed. In fact, it was, of course, the side of excuse me, here, GUNZ,
GUNZ,
who were able to take, the turkey through with the chicken dinner.
absolutely insane, man. Like, they got 105 points just from yesterday. Averaging more than 21 points is just... No, it actually is straight as 21 points. I just need to do my math, right? 21 points, 105 points, crazy. Like, crazy work from them. I remember the last time we cast it, that was the day 1 of week to league play. We mentioned, at least from my perspective, right, they are probably one of the most consistent teams, like, through week 1 into week 2, and what a pleasure, right, to come back on the second day of the second Super Weekend and say, hey, look, they're actually doing it. And but it's not just them who are having an interesting and exciting run this week too. So far, we have Galaxy Racer. The fans gonna love this. The Indian team has bounced back and made it into second Super Weekend now. And not just that, but they got 69 points. Now, at the second place, when we're just looking at this week's Super Weekend points.
I think overall here, Tarzan, though, we talk about the likes of GUNZ surprising us. We kind of knew that GUNZ would be on top, but also we have to keep in mind that GUNZ, they were taking a lot of points, but also the consistency from some of the other teams coming into the Super Weekend. And we talk about the likes of course, Galaxy Racer, but as well as Zombies here, Tarzan, who were able to still keep themselves in third place with those 66 points. And I think overall, we are expecting these teams on the top to stay on the top, judging by how consistent they were in the first day of the second weekend of the Super Weekend here. But I also think that we should take a moment to note here as well, Tarzan, that this is really big for the teams this weekend, because as we go into the overall stats, we do get to see, of course, these top teams, but remember and have a moment of remembrance, I think, for those who didn't make the Super Weekend, the likes of Rad, Falcons, Flare Loyal, and also a Rab GSG, who all will miss out.
I think it's such a surprise, right, to know that Falcon didn't make it through. Like, I know they had a, sad, like, day 1 when it comes to league play week 2, but it's more than that, right? They didn't even bounce back more, right? Like that second day, and they were just not in here, but they ran out so many points, right, to kind of just give them a bit of leeway to come back next week if they can, right? And but other than that, right, we still have Zombies and GUNZ being very consistent, and seems like these are the two teams, right, that are still battling it out when it comes to that consistency game, and not just that, like in that total points, right, and establishing a very distinct play style for us casters and the audience.
And if you look as well further down on that leaderboard, the fact that not only Falcons Esports moving their way down, despite the fact they had that first place showing, but as well to those other teams who missed out, the likes of Rad Flare Loyal team, who are on that 12th and 14th position. And this is a chance, as we say, for all of these teams, and particularly those who are joining in for the second Super Weekend as well. Real Tiger 9, SCYTES having actually fourth place overall in yesterday's 5 games, so really big day for them, and certainly boosting themselves up on the leaderboard and taking full advantage, I think, as well, of the fact that they do get to have this second shot.
Yeah, and I think Galaxy Racer coming in to get that amount of points in just 5 games is a great start for them. You can see they're not too far behind those teams that have played, 15 games already. So that's a brilliant start. Like, there's so many stories in the past in PMPLs or previous tournaments where teams can still make it to the finals after missing some Super Weekends. And, it's just crazy to know which teams didn't make it to this week too. But I'm also very happy for some of these teams, in particular SCYTES. They were not very flashy, right? And all along we were worried about them. They got some chicken dinners here and there, in the league play. But coming into yesterday to get 51 points, that is a good run for them as well.
Big run for them, but as well, of course, a big run for GUNZ as we move our way through to the stats here, Tarzan. And GUNZ, we said before that they did get the Turkey 3 chicken dinner wins off of 3 different maps, Sanok, Erangel, and Miramar. And obviously Miramar being their biggest win, and not surprising so much to see Erangel as their most dominant map. I think that GUNZ, not only as Erangel being the most common map here alongside Miramar, but they particularly quite strong and effective at taking those chicken dinners. We see the most dominant performances from this squad over on the Green Hills. But I think as well to be noted that this consistency through all 3 different maps and all 3 different varied playstyles means it also speaks to us as GUNZ as a very well-rounded team in developing from not just a running gun team that we initially saw starting through the tournament.
Yeah, I think the fact that they found a different style to approach the 3 different maps is just very nice to see, because we sometimes see such a great discrepancy when it comes to team stats between how they perform on each map. But GUNZ seem to find a specific style and specific plan for each map, and that's not easy to establish, and it's not easy to train for as well. So for them to end yesterday with not just the momentum of winning 3 back-to-back, the turkey of chicken dinners on 3 different maps, and with that momentum and boost from that prize pool, right, from that cash prize, winning those chicken dinners as well, is just massive confidence boost as well.
As we do move through to the gun stats here as well, Tarzan, and we get to see exactly the breakdown of this team, and looking overall between about 1500 damage and also I think the whopping and scary factor of those 8.8 kills. And I think when we also look at our own stats that we've been able to develop here as well, the average points that GUNZ were picking up per game was 21 points, and considering that your average point per day are so high, and also the fact that, of course, your average kills 8.8, your average placement points 12.2. These are big scores. I think GUNZ, they have a big pair of shoes as well to fill going in to keep that consistency, because if they are able to have a good weekend and not just a good day, this could be actually GUNZ overall really boosting themselves on the leaderboard and practically securing their place in the PMPL Arabia finals.
And I think it's also so interesting to know that they were, that team, that one of those teams that had, basically made themselves a whole, a home name already, right? A household name is what people call, and they're still, showing up, and fulfilling, those expectations. That's just great to see. But of course, one of the best players, right, that's been carrying them through, being a huge part of the team's success at this stage of the tournament, is LORD.
LORD, big player here, and also keep in mind that LORD being one of those core fraggers, definitely coming up clutch as well in yesterday's series of games to secure those wins. But I think overall it does speak to the consistency that it isn't just LORD taking all of the other 3 players on his back and carrying them to the chicken dinner. There are a lot more than that, and I think it should be spoken about also the entirety of GUNZ here, Tarzan, as a team very synergized and very much improving, as we say, through this competition.
And I think there's one quality that we mentioned before earlier this week in the broadcast, about teams knowing how to stop a bit of a domino effect when they have a little bit of a disadvantage during the game. And GUNZ, in my head, they're one of those teams who could do that, stop things falling apart when it has a rough start, right? They could still get some points when they are down to 1 to 2 players, and when they can stay as a full squad, do a lot of amazing things, right? And even in the likes of Zombies, which we kind of want to put them side to side to compare the consistency, Zombies tend to have some of those games where they may lose some early and causing them to lose more. But GUNZ seems to be able to guard that line, and keep going.
I think overall, though, when you compare Zombies here, you still have to imagine that Zombies, so Tarzan, are this very high kill-oriented team. In fact, they're coming off of an average of 7.4 kills per game in yesterday's games, and in fact, second overall in the kills sort of things, despite the fact that they finished in third overall with a point. So still the majority of their points coming through from kills, and this is surprising that they can stay so consistent, I think, as well, as a team still staying on top despite the fact they're not going for so much the placement points. They're always going for the fight.
I feel like it comes down to the rotation style as well. Some of these teams make that game-winning crash, take a more center position. I feel like Zombies like to work their way in and clear the side of the map, and that's how but they do it so well that they end up with so many kill points. I think it's when they compare themselves to another top squad like GUNZ, and I think they could learn a little bit of that style too. If they can use it when it's appropriate, then they can kind of still maintain that kill points. I mean, like, the aggressiveness is not going to go because they just seems like it's in their blood. They're made that way to frag, but use that a little bit as well, then they can maybe tie like with some of these top squads and get so many more placement points for this later stage of the tournament.
I think not only GUNZ and Zombies, so I'll be interested, I do believe we got stats later on that we'll be able to see to compare these two teams, but also the fact that SCYTES and RTG, two teams that we talked before the broadcast, right, about saying we were surprised that these two squads making their way back up in the leaderboard and having a good showing as well, because finishing 4th and 5th place respectively, these were much needed points coming through from these two squads who didn't have the good showing that we were kind of expecting them to be able to come out with in the first Super Weekend.
And I think RTG is a very interesting squad when you look through all the points. It's not just the fact that they don't have the flashiest and biggest wins, but they are doing something right that somehow, without leaving a strong impression, they are still pretty high up there when it comes to the Super Weekend points so far. And we just go back to it and have a quick look. They are at 5th place right now. Okay, so yes, 20-ish points below Alpha Legends, but if you just look at, if we draw a curve when it comes to the amount of points that they get, they are kind of more consistent. No huge wins, huge points, right? But that, it's just enough for them to get a decent spot in those finals.
I think overall, yes, they should be able to, with consistency, be able to get into those finals. But as well, I do feel slightly concerned on the other side of things with, of course, those in the bottom. And the likes of RICO Infinity, once again, only picking up 9 points yesterday, Tarzan, despite the fact that as well, in the later stages of the first Super Weekend, they definitely did fall off. And to me, this feels like RICO Infinity's team, either they're not quite finding the success and the synergy that they had at the start of this competition, or vice versa. The other teams are adapting better coming through the league, and they seem to be outperforming now RICO Infinity's team from the level of play that we were bringing in at the start.
Yeah, and I think when we talk about that storyline as well, the fact that all the teams that didn't make it to the second Super Weekend were in the first one means that things get to get leveled up a little bit. So it's going to be very interesting, because if you just look at those points there, I know, it's a huge day for the side of Galaxy Racer, but just in the matter of one day, they were able to surpass Arab GSG's amount of points, but GSG played those 15 matches in week 1. So that just adds more pressure to a team like Arab GSG, because we were very worried about that. Leaving that first Super Weekend, looking pretty bad, then they weren't able, to get out of that slump.
I think overall, though, yes, Arab GSG are struggling. We do have to keep in mind that there is still another week, but this certainly, of course, does put the pressure onto these teams. And I think that's what we're kind of getting at here, is that Arab GSG, they need to be not only sitting back, relaxing, enjoying the Super Weekend, but actually going in and watching the videos of these players fighting and understanding exactly how they need to be able to get back into the Super Weekend for week number 3, because the seriousness behind it is by the end of this Super Weekend, the threshold for getting into the top 16 will be a lot higher, and it will be a lot more difficult for those who didn't show up, albeit likely the side of FalconsEsport, because they obviously did so well, for the rest of these 3 teams to be able to come back in and be able to secure their space in the PMPL Arabia finals.
It's really scary, right? It's not just for Arab GSG, because for Arab GSG, it's been established already that if they don't make it to the next week, they're out of the finals, right? Because they got surpassed by one of those teams just in a matter of, 1 day's points, right? But there's another team, and that is Flare Loyalty, right? They were, just a few points above compared to some of these teams who are really catching up already. So we're looking at that bubble once again, and it's just going to, I hope this doesn't happen, right? But we may hear the sounds of some dreams getting shattered already when it comes to the second day of the week 3 league play, and it's just crazy to think about it.
Of course, we do have to imagine Arab GSG struggling and trying to think about how they might come back in week number 3, but as well, the rest of these teams, you say, of course, Fled Loyal, for example, and Rad as well, who are going to be hoping that, like, sort of Snipers, Fanatic Zombies, and also they have a little bit of a tougher second Super Weekend to be able to get back into those points. But as we do move through to even more graphics here, Galaxy versus Alpha Legends, and getting to break down exactly how these 2 teams fare, because on one side you've got Galaxy Racer, who are this Indian representative, the only Indian representative coming in and showing up for their entire country and having a good first day. But Alpha Legends, the consistency, of course, coming through from the first Super Weekend, finishing in 4th, and now again Alpha Legends looking to be maintaining that strong lead that they have got for themselves.
And I think Alpha Legends is one of those teams, right, that we know what they can do, but they just need to not, slip at all. And then they can, when it comes to those impressions, like amongst us as well, to know that, hey, they are maybe at par, like with the likes of Zombies and GUNZ Esports, but there's also another team, maybe 2 teams, that kind of just are on that bubble when it comes to performance. I think NASR is one of them, because they're not completely out, but the main impression came from a very strong week 1 league play. And the other one would be YaLLa Esports, because like YaLLa, we talked about how it's not so good last Super Weekend, but day 1 like league play in week 2, pretty decent, right? Day 2 is like, okay, they made it in again, but once again, a little bit of that choke only on Super Weekends.
I think overall, when we do look at YaLLa, yes, they're struggling, but I think that coming into today, Tarzan, this is, for me, the most important day of the Super Weekend, because tomorrow, yes, you pick up points, but you don't want to leave it to tomorrow to be able to pick up these points, whereas today, for these teams, it is going to be that do or die moment for some of them to really boost themselves up in this leaderboard. And I think we do bring ourselves back to the rest of these newer teams as well coming in. Of course, the likes of the Snipers, of course, the likes of Fanatic Zombies, and also Fate here, Tarzan, who all didn't have the big amount of points that they need to really catch up to those who have already been in the Super Weekend. When we look at that 16th position, yes, it's Galaxy Racer, but Galaxy Racer already sat at 69 points, and that threshold is only going to become even much more higher for these teams to have to reach, and expecting probably here the threshold going to reach that 150-ish point mark at least by the end of not this weekend, but at least by the start of next.
I think those numbers, like historically, has given us a lot of indication, but after all, right, is for them to focus on every single game. Like, to get the amount of points, there's so many maths, so many considerations. Sometimes if we overcomplicate it, then they just can't do like what they could do or used to do, be able to do. And those things are all, about that mentality that we're talking about. Yes, you can come up with new plans, you can come up with strategies and all that stuff, but can you actually execute it? That is a completely different story, right? So we need to see how they speak for themselves by their plays today and tomorrow.
Yeah, and of course that bubble, they're going to be so important, as we say, but we get to see all of them prove themselves here as we move ourselves into the first game. Erangel will be where we start ourselves off. And Tarzan, we are getting so hyped in terms of the moment now as we move ourselves in-game onto the first matches. This is, as we say, the do or die moment. What can these teams do to bring themselves back up or maintain their lead as the playing path ventures its way through from Milton Power over towards the western coastline of the Erangel fold? And I think for some of these teams in particular, Tarzan, when we look at the likes of Fate coming off of at least the first day of the second week, where they had a standout performance, the flashy plays, the ability is there. It is if they can reach it once more.
And I think it's not just this team. I think all of them have reached that point, right? It's about that marathon race. When you're running a race, you're halfway through. That is sometimes where you show that you have more resilience, right, compared to the other team. You have more grit, right? Some of those who couldn't, absorb that pressure will keep falling down, and those who can use that momentum, and use that pressure for something good, can propel themselves to that top. And I think to start today with a little bit of a trickier southern playing path is just a good way to test it.
Yes, and as these teams specifically, because the playing path as well, being so southern, we actually do have an interesting position here for these teams to play around the bridges. In particular, when we look towards the east going to the western bridge, of course, that is where I catch my eye, because when that playing path and the zone moves specifically so far west, the South Island opens up so much more possibilities rather than all of these teams, I would imagine, rushing through the main central belts of Erangel and trying to find a point of contention. And I think because so many teams out as well around the western side and around Gattaca Fields, it really does make those early game rotations very tricky, and very tricky for particular, I think, when you look at the side of Fanatic Zombies, who, like so many of these teams, very, very split indeed, but it's not going to be them that fall first. Instead, RTG look like they might suffer as well. GUNZ Hamodi going to fall as well. So not so good from the top place team already.
Oh, it's just not the start we want to talk about. I feel like I just have this special power in cursing a team. Like RTG, we mentioned, they may be, having more consistency. They come in to grab points in some unexpected ways, but you just can't lose your players early. Like, it's this phase of that game. It's week 2. We've only got 3 weeks. And unless you're really getting targeted or getting outsmarted, there should be a way for you to play this early game without losing any players.
Fanatic Zombies are going to be holding up for what they can right now, but against, of course, GUNZ, they find the first one, and this is good news from Blood, because Fanatic Zombies up against GUNZ themselves, they were very, very low on the leaderboard compared to where GUNZ are currently sat. So removing already one player and opening up that space in Pachinki is so important, because they're buying themselves that early space and that early vantage point, so crucial when Fanatic Zombies are so split away from each other. More importantly, RICO and Fanatic Team, another squad that are going to be so importantly needing to grab some points. Unlike, of course, here Real Tiger 9, who have had a first super weekend, but still yet to find their footing, I think, in the competition.
Oh yeah, and you know what? Interesting playing path, and then a bit of an interesting circle. But the thing is, because it's on that western side, and most of those, looting point are close to Georgia Pool, so we see teams actually floating towards that, and Gatka feels not really that open. So one way that can enter that circle a bit easier would be, for that white rotation, to enter the northern parts, right? So we can go use that anti-clockwise manner of rotation to come in. But there is some price that these teams may have to pay doing that, because there will be the river to separate. So there's a chance that they have to come back south, and it's for them to find out the best scouting spots, the timing of those rotations, and how to rotate safely.
SCYTES as well. And I think this is where the story building really starts to build up. And I think particularly when we look is SCYTES, the player that really does interest me the most, and I think who has seen the most improvement, is iKURD for their playmaking, and I think for their positioning here. Pointing out, I think, one of these players who are able to bring that next level that SCYTES really need currently in the competition, and I think has really been core standout player for making sure that they continue in their path to victory. And on the likes of as well, when we think about HOTLINE Esports, Molto similarly doing the same thing for them. And I think it is the rise of these squads that were yet to find their footing early on, but have really found the ground to stand on now coming into the second week. And it makes the competition just that more intense and that much more even, Tarzan.
And you know what? We also saw GUNZ losing one player early, right? And they will be, put to the test once again. When I mentioned them having the resilience, to not fall apart, due to early pressure or losing players early or in the mid game, I think we are aiming, right, to still need them to reach double-digit points, now that they're playing as a trio. It's not easy, right? Teams need to be so experienced, teams need to be very strong in mentality to say, hey, it's fine, like we can still put us as a trio, because like in my career in coaching or whatnot, there's a lot of, teams who just can't do that for some reason. So I'm waiting for them to prove my point here, and they will have a little bit of a quiet looting phase first in Pachinki, and will have access to a lot of those good, strong positions for that early game.
Interesting position and rotation here from HOTLINE, already deciding to move their way up to Everest for that vision, because of course, keep in mind the playing path has gone so far west. Everest, one of its core locations to hold, but YaLLa already there, and YaLLa, I think so many times do go for this mountaintop so early on, and sometimes it's worked out, sometimes it has not, but it is up to YaLLa now to prove us that their comfort will prevail, and also that YaLLa can, as we say, make their way up onto the leaderboard, because YaLLa, despite the fact that sometimes being that more veteran team, despite that YaLLa are a team that goes so well through some of the league days, they do have their very low points as well, and I think that can be seen in some of the faults that they have made, through the course of this competition.
You know what? I feel like the storylines remain to be important in guiding the momentum as well, because we had that interview, right, with YaLLa Esports. We asked them, like, which team are you looking out for? And they definitely said GUNZ Esports. It's that rivalry through the seasons, being in the scene with each other for so long. So now that they see GUNZ pop off, right, maybe YaLLa can use that, as some leverage for themselves emotionally, and when it comes to motivation as well, to really make them bounce back, right? And it's just on paper as well, they are so shaky in a way and unpredictable that they could just suddenly have a big game as well. Like, who knows? And we just need to see how this plays out. But there's a little bit of congestion around this western side of farm, right? But it seems like Zombies, to our surprise, would not approach this in a direct way. And I think that's one thing that's great about this team, right? They got some info, they plan it out, they're definitely aggressive, but they are very controlled when it comes to that aggression.
Zombies, I like this triangular split because they understand that, yes, of course, you have snipers here, but you're not only just playing for the fight. If you look at the rest of their positioning, you're playing for the zone as well in phase number 1. And yes, it's only phase number 1, so that's why you still see them playing for the engage. But then you look at the bottom side and you look at SUDOR, who are going to upset this as a third party and bring that fight into fruition. And I think that is what you see the head-making play from Zombies, and that experience coming through in the tournament. And that is why they're so strong in the team fighting, not always going for the play, but only going for those kills when it matters. But as I say that, snipers do take one down, so it will be a 1-for-1 trade, and they go in for the fight. But can Zombies show up a little bit behind the rest of his team? The Zombies engage in, they find a second knock, but can they find a third? Zaid is well so far away from the rest of his team means it is going to be so tricky for snipers to come back, and you do suspect the snipers, you can see them positioning, looking maybe for the zone instead. The Zombies, they take the victory for now, revive the members, then they'll move on into phase number 2. In phase number 2, Tarzan, that zone shifted so far.
Oh, it's going to be very interesting. It seems to be a George will finish, so we need to see how teams position themselves, right? Because that north to the river is slightly smaller, right, in area compared to the southern side. And but it's going to be so tricky to cross later on, and we still have the likes of these strong positions being Everest, etc. in play. And but speaking of that team fight as well, I think there's a difference between the mental preparedness to take a fight. You could see snipers were just like hanging around there, taking their time a little bit, and then they got, pushed on by zombies, and their split were not ready to respond to it. And that's the problem that we see sometimes, and the difference between some good and bad teams. It's the proactiveness in setting up, right? They take a split, they know the plan, but then the plan have to be thorough, and it has to be, kind of implemented straight away. Like they need to think about what if we get crashed now. But the way that the snipers played it was that they're completely not ready. They were hanging outside of the zone a little bit, relying on the fact that no teams would really do anything against them.
And because this zone shifts so far away, Tarzan, I think that not only do they play for that positioning, as you say, for snipers, unfortunately, a bit of miscommunication from Zaid does cost them two of their members, but when you think about the compound itself, and I go back to Georgia Bowl here, the fact that you notice these points of contention, particularly I think around the bridges, are going to be so key in towards the western side of Georgia Pole, because keep in mind that it isn't just Georgia Pole. The fact that also it is only Georgia Pole because the blue zone, the play area has shifted so far towards the ocean, and that it has gone almost like a phase number 3 here.
Oh yeah, and you know what? Like these teams just need to, analyze the landscape a lot more. Sometimes I have this feeling, right, when I work with different players where they just looked at like the two circles as if it's just on a piece of blank paper. But there's so much more to it, and this is the Pro League, and so we are hoping to see these teams taking some positions and be able to figure out why they do it as well. And you can see there are teams who don't want to be close to inside of the city. One, that is quite far from playing pad that's established, but two, it's always sometimes pretty hard to get out of the city if you go to center. So you know what? We will pull away from it with a 40% water circle, and it's going to be pretty crazy. We will expect to have some of these positions along that coastline to be pretty stacked.
Tarzan, this zone, I mean, we're only in the first game of the day. We've got 4 more to go, and it's already turning up the heat to the next level. Galaxy Racer just one of many of these squads who need to make their way now even further towards the ocean. And if you are a captain here, you previously were Tarzan, moving through into such a dire zone, where do you go? when there's so many teams alive, in fact, every team alive.
Oh, it's tricky, like, depending on what spot I took earlier. So we always have to, think 2 steps forward. So whether I get the access to the spots that I want comes down to the preparation of the phase before, of course. But I would, allow myself to maybe do a 2-2 split, between one of the dips on that western coastline to protect, these split players from that south side, although they are sitting around the coastline, but 2 onto those compounds, also to the west of South Georgia Port. I think that would be one of the best splits, supporting each other, but also, giving, chances to protect vehicles as well.
Fortunately for the chances slipping away from SUDOR, they just get knocked one player to the next. 2 down, but 1 return for RICO Infinity team against them. Making a second track too, making it work for the meantime, but will fall down as well. Now comes in also Skidon, but just not quite enough. And it will be SUDOR eliminated first out of the game. But here comes the third party. Galaxy Racer. The Indian boys are here. RICO Infinity team, you best be ready. Can't even get the revive off. You're going to have to let your teammates fall beside you. As the Galaxy Racer just storm the entire squad and down to just 1 member. Exactly like that. Ragnar needing to play off a miracle, as all 4 members will now split apart. The 2-on-2, Ragnar getting a press, but can they do anything to even find 1 point to even minimize Galaxy Racer's chances? They take down MJ, they take down the second, but just not quite enough. As Max Cash will eliminate RICO Infinity team. But we say third party. I can't even stop right now, Tarzan, because zombies are here as well. But like we heard shooting, now we're going to be the 4th team in the south side.
I think this is just very expected, right? Like for this compound, for teams to come in, know that it will be congested, and to time the aggression well to third party is just, textbook. So Galaxy Razor's done it well, but now they will have a taste of their own medicine. So with that, all in all, 2 squad wipes coming in for the side of zombies now, and they just, they just raided well, But Galaxy Racer, that was a good play by them. But, if you can pull off 1 play, you should also understand how to be on the other end, of that play.
Of course, and that's why you see zombies so dominant. But I think when we also look towards the bridges, we said the bridges were going to be so important here. In NASR, alongside RTG looking for that control, but you can already see as well, alongside NASR currently, teams using the water because of how prevalent the water is as part of the phase 3 zone, already becoming those fishies. And you can see NASR joining the club, trying to just survive for the meantime, and zombies are up against their 3rd squad now of HOTLINE, and this could be zombies just running through the entire lobby, but they are outside of zone, and that is more trickier said than done. But can HOTLINE contest against 3 different squads on this south front against them?
So tricky, but we'll first have some clash on this side. Actually, NASR taking that bit of rotation, give them a bit of that advantage on that coastline, but most of them are just gone. Like Nabo is just there to make sure he could play some spoiler work when the rest of his teammates are going in. Damage has been done to RTG. They've lost 1 already, and if they don't have the vehicles to proceed in, it's going to be a very tough circle for them as well.
RTG, the dominance on the edges, so they're playing just like how zombies play, and I like this type of playstyle because when you do play so far on the edge, you get this initial pressure through onto those teams in front. And yes, it's going to hurt them later, but because of how difficult this zone has gone, the playing on the edge style works out a lot more in favor for these teams to survive above others because of how many teams are going to drop currently. As the zone still continues in phase 4 to be in water, and SCYTES just cannot defend against the zombies. This is the 3rd squad that zombies are going for. As Phobia almost goes down, the grenade from Break over the top looks to secure it, and that with SCYTES eliminated through, and already 10 kills, and we've still got 12 more teams in this game, including zombies.
And that is just what I talk about this squad, right? They know how to take a fight. They will sweep the side of the circle and they will work and fight their way in. So pulling away from being gatekept from a hotline and playing that coastline is just what they need to do. And they're just ready with 10 points just from kills. And that is why this squad excel, right? They just find ways to get those points, and majority of them being kill points. They don't run away from it, but YaLLa Esports are here as well, holding one of the strongest spots right now with multiple options for them. You know, vehicles protected. The balance between looking at center zone as well as clearing out the northeastern edge, that is just good play by them.
Hard road to the beach line. We'll have to see if his zone goes back. Yes, it does. And the prayers have been answered for these teams. No more ocean. Sniper, they're going to have to come back onto the land to fight once more as well. Alpha Legends just get caught, and that's a free one through from Fate Esports, as they'll find themselves right back through to the next match. YaLLa as well behind the RTG. Flame not deciding to make the movement, but RTG, their position has been made aware. They're currently holding on, but that's a brilliant grenade immediately onto the squad, and YaLLa on target. Send them packing through into the 10th spot. But so many teams, Tarzan, still need to find their way onto the zone, and including those 3 on the bottom.
Oh, and I still think it's going to be very strong, like for the likes of Fate, just by the position, but they have to hold down this breach first, and the other strong squads should be in the city on that northern edge, but iKURD not quite prepared on the breach of this power position.
iKURD as well, struggling, but at least it found Fate, and Fate, despite, as you say, their powerful position in this game, has already been compromised. And YaLLa as well, attesting to that third party. NASR gets eliminated off the northern side. In the background is Fate still up against it. Their backs are literally against the wall of the bark of the tree. The grenade gets in, but it's too far wide, and Kalek is going to be hitting himself. But that one is still Fate. Even more smokes make it so difficult for iKURD to aggress up to top of his man side. And that's even Leif now looking to be that off-angle player. But can they buy enough time for that off-angle to work?
It's just really tricky for both of these teams. Like, you need those smoke walls and whatnot, but it's the third-party angles coming from that north side as well. As you can see, iKURD just using that ridgeline to be a little bit safer side from like third parties, but Fate not so lucky with this one, and they're down to 1 player.
Fate will meet their end, and so do Zombies as well to RT9. The Tigers able to upset the kill streak that was going and wiping through this lobby. iKURD as well still need to find their position inside. Hotline still coming in for that juicy third party, but will be punished. One goes down for now. Here comes Amara, but can they find the shots? No, they cannot. And finally, Varan shut down after the double kill. Thanos as well under heavy fire, though has to be so careful. Aza coming in for the third party, and this is iKURD looking to now gatekeep away Hotline as the zone shifts away from absolutely everybody.
It's so tricky because iKURD need to hug this left side of the ridge to take this fight. Otherwise, they would get shot from YaLLa from that northern part. But that is Hellman trying to get a little bit of high ground advantage in there. It's going to be a 3v2 at the moment. Both of these teams need to decide to fight this, because those are the points that they need to get before they get into the open and get sprayed by the rest of the teams.
Another one goes in. This could be straight onto Aza. Will be straight though onto Hellman, and iKURD. They lose the knocked player down to just a duo. But can also Hotline as a trio be able to control this? Because looking behind them, this is RT9. Jigsaw looking for the assassination. The claws are ready to be swiped on to the Hotline members. Eagle as well overlooking the entire fight. All of them though outside of zone, and it is whoever looks to control this zone first is the question, because no one really wanting to opt to go into such a flat space. Hotline on the edge though. Do you find the punish? Will find the extra player. Now comes the crash. Thanos straight on to the final iKURD member, but can they execute what needs to be done? As iKURD, they find Thanos will eliminate them back down, and this will be the flush coming through, but the shots, they're being heard, and also the grenades coming through to find finally Aza. And as iKURD eliminated out of the match. HOTLINE as well, going to have to deal with a third party. RT9 coming in from the backside, but Amar has been spotted, has been eliminated as well, and this is the side of HOTLINE on the edge of their lives alongside the rest of this lobby.
Well, I appreciate what RT9 is trying to do, to keep one to maybe capitalize on that chaotic fight on the hill, but you just need to be more prepared and controlled. You can't just do it and you have no way out, and that's them losing the 1v1 as well, but they still have those 3 players on that western edge, but we're just relying on those smokes and vehicles, but GUNZ right here. Just waiting and find the optimal time to rotate and set up their car lines as well. We'll turn them into metal shields and we'll just play off that cover.
Ooh, snipers knocked off the edge of the tree line. Will have to suffer for the top 5 finish. Fortunate for them, having to come back all the way from the ocean. Real Tiger 9 able to help survive for now into the top 3. HOTLINE Esports not so lucky either. YaLLa still playing with the full squad, though up against the trio of GUNZ. Still the duo of the Tigers. But can YaLLa maintain what they have as a lead for now? The 7 points, could this be turned into even more? Could this be turned into double digits? Eagle, they can't quite find the shots either. Eagle and also the side of Rock, both on the edge of zone. Tarzan, and you do imagine Real Tigers 9 with YaLLa controlling this zone could be the next to fall.
Oh, you know what? But based off just landscape analysis, YaLLa should be able to take this win. They've got the Rich for the 2-2 split for those two. Has stayed behind to play off. They've got vehicles healthy. They made the rotation through, and they were just overlooking all the rotation pass in for the other 2 teams. And that is the proactive rotation coming from them, just using that software, not scared to use those vehicles, And the 3-1 split as well, the beautiful nade, the powerful nade from Powerful himself, and that is just a beautiful one, leaving 1 behind. They're just to use this rich line, and they have a very good chance to win this game.
That is the type of play, Tarzan, that seals the game for YaLLa.
Yes.
And surely with this, YaLLa take the chicken, then you do have to imagine Real Tiger 9 as well going to suffer another knock. Eagle going to be confirmed out. There's your double digits. There's your 10 kills. Ramek has to now survive inside of the blue zone, but won't be surviving for long. Phase 7 does more damage than you can heal. And Radif as well, holding on for their lives. So 2 solos, looks for a way in, but immediately shot. Real Tiger 9 go down in 3rd. YaLLa looking for the cleanup. There goes the chicken dinner. And there goes YaLLa with the points that they were needing through.
Very nice and textbook play towards that end zone. You could see they could use the position, the ridge line that they had to leave 1 spoiler player and for the rest to control the majority of the zone, and they just did it within kind of 5 seconds of new zone popping. So the decisiveness are just severely rewarded, but also the 2 other teams just couldn't find a spot to slowly work their way through. But we've seen a lot of these teams choke when they're given that option, but YaLLa just took it and done it so well as well, and it's great to be back and for them to come out on the winning side of the rivals between them and GUNZ Esports. What a great way to start day 2.
Much needed points as well. GUNZ, as you say, going to be able to pick up their 2nd position, but we will break it all down after the break, where we will see you guys with also game number 2. Make sure you guys don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia, the second Super Weekend, the second day here with myself and Professor Tarzan, where also we have a beautiful sponsor, of course, NIMO TV, is the official media partner of PUBG Mobile Pro League, the National Cup, and the Campus Championship in 2021. But also props as well to the side of YaLLa, who were able to come out with a win on what looked like such a tricky zone as we move our way straight into the stats, Tarzan.
Boy, you know what? Important game for them. We talked about them needing to bounce back as well, and they've got the whole organization's reputation behind their backs, right? And they've just gone and taken it. 27-point game, huge for them. GUNZ still maintaining that, though. We mentioned how they became a trio very early on, but they kept, playing as a trio until that end game. So being able to back 14 points is nothing to ignore as well.
It was that double grenade there through from YaLLa that I think really did seal the deal for GUNZ, denying them the opportunity away from that chicken dinner. But YaLLa, of course, having such a confident space in that zone overall. And as well, unfortunate there for Zombies, who despite their reign of 10 kills, finished out so late into the game. Only one placement point means that they do fall down with those 11 points in total, and also disappointing from two of our top placed teams, and including Galaxy Racer there, both alongside RCG Esports and also SCYTES, who were unable to find their footing in such a perilous series of early game phases. And I think the initial rush really did throw off the teams, and I think this initial rush of zones, something that we are yet to see really from so many zones for these teams to face up against, and I think that really does prove that some of them just can't quite handle so many fights. Is talking about fights as well. YaLLa so high up on the leaderboard there alongside Zombies, of course, the consistency there with the 10 kills as well, and unfortunate there for the likes of Fate, who despite the fact having so much damage, unable to find the success from their fight over with HOTLINE. And I think this was a very tricky zone, as we do say, and I think that really did affect a lot of them as we do move into the highlights as well. Explain to me, Tarzan, exactly what kind of went wrong for some of these teams on specifically that south side.
Well, I think they just know there's not a lot of strong spots that they can play off, but then they are kind of hoping that they don't get punished for it, right? They just need to kind of set the pocket of area that they are going to fight, and then try to smoke off the rest, or just try to focus on one side if possible. But that is a very tricky southern side. It takes a lot of calmness, a lot of patience, and the synergy to make it work. As you can see, it's just one after the other, man. Like this southern side, you just need to know what's going to happen next, so that you never have that time that you are lax, or you're having your guards down as well.
Oh man, look at this. Just immediately Zombies rolling over teams, and also NASR, who sent only Nabo inside the rocks and unfortunately just paid the price for it. NASR got eliminated early, SCYTES got caught out by Zombies, but RT9 thankfully able to shut them down before they were able to roll away with the game for them. There's also YaLLa taking out RTG early, and it's these sort of crucial picks that really did, I think, buy YaLLa the space in the zone as well, because they were patient and they just waited for the rest of these teams on, as we say, the south side to fight, and then from there they were so weak and they had so few players coming off of it that YaLLa could either third party or he could just wait for them to be taken out by the zone.
Yeah, I think HOTLINE took a strong spot. They basically just single-handedly stopped Zombies from coming up, but this is a game of third party, right? And the timed aggression. I feel like they had this idea, which was good, to pressure upon iKURD, but they did it a little bit too late, I feel like. They didn't just take it proactively. They were like, okay, the circle actually pushed us towards this position, so let's go third party now. Then you know what, that was a little bit too late. But on the other side, of course, YaLLa Esports using the positions from those hard covers to overlook, that center zone as well, and just they kind of won the bet a little bit. But we've seen it so many times. Teams can hold a position like those that they took but still can't, make anything out of it. So YaLLa Esports, with their decisiveness and execution, coming through very strong.
I think this really does set them up for that success and for that momentum through the rest of the day. And as we do see YaLLa with also powerful, such a core player for them, and working up those stats to the T here, is able to bring in the damage, the kills, and also the knocks through for them. And I think in total, YaLLa, they do work well as this team, and working out and figuring out how to take that zone in particular, because yes, they get the zone, but also on the other hand of things, they do have to understand the patience to then go into the zone, whereas that's what I think separates those from other squads and from other lower end competitions, where you don't have that patience, right, to be able to say, okay, we've got the win, we now just need to let everyone else do the work, and then we will come in and try to gatekeep what is an otherwise flat final zone.
It's not just patience, like a lot of the lower end squads, they have that issue with, losing order towards the end zone. Oh, we're so close to winning. And then suddenly they go too silent when you need like comms. You go too, you're just panicking when you don't have to. It seems like they're so calm to say, you know what, we'll take that, we'll control all the other side, you play spoiler here. Done, right? Simple, right? So you don't have to, cloud it for yourself, keep it simple and execute it. But I believe we do have some brilliant stats coming up to compare between two squads. Oh, you know what? I was just told that we don't have that anymore. But you know what? Like we have, some of these teams, I believe it was that piece of infographic involves zombies, and that is them having one of a typical game. It's so weird to say it, 1 placement point and 10 kills, but I think they know that there are so many positions that on that southern side they cannot easily breach. They just decide to pick one fight at a time, and that's them excelling, in doing that. You can see a timed third party, say we don't breach HOTLINE on that high ground, we play coastline, see what's there, found a team, wipe it again. Okay, but they just I don't think they need to lose their full squad after that.
I think it's so important for, of course, not only zombies, but the other team that were in the graphic, which was Real Tiger 9, who, coming off of yesterday, at an average of 4 points, this was a much better game for them, able to pick up those 10 points. And I'm expecting, alongside those kills, of course, with zombies, they were able now to get their momentum from the first game and able to carry it across into the next 4 games, because Real Tiger 9 are, to me, a slight bit of a puzzle, because they have these really, really good moments. When they have the zone going towards them, they seem to have the confidence to be able to take that win very easily to them. But when they don't have the zone, they feel like a completely different team, and they feel like they don't have the confidence. And we mentioned this as well at the start of the second week about the confidence of these teams to go for these plays. And when you do look at Tiger down on the bottom of the leaderboard as well, it is much, much needed for him to pick up these types of big wins. Oh no, Tarzan, you're muted.
Fix that now. Sorry about that, but I was talking about the caliber play being pro leagues, and you mentioned that thing when it comes to RT9. Yes, it's still, you can still see the difference. Like when the circle's going to them, yeah, they can take something. When it's against them, start to get sloppy. I still have that feeling. It's just in the movements of the teams, just being so choked. But you know what? Need to see how they do it. We are going to look at that game to Owen, going over to the brilliant desert of Miramar.
Miramar, the second map already through, and of course you can see Oppo, born to win. Welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gaming mode on with the much loved Renault 5 series, and Tarzan, a much loved playing path here as well by all of these teams, straight down center, just how we like it.
Wait, you know what? Interesting playing path once again. It's not interesting because it's like center. I know it's weird. How should I say this? Not interesting because it's on the edge. It's interesting because it allows so many options that teams need to go back to their notebook and say, hey, like, it seems pretty center. Like, how would we anticipate this? Will this team go to this first drop spot or second drop spot? Can we guess? Can we find ways to give ourselves an answer and pace our phase one accordingly?
These teams, of course, going to be slightly more split than what we would anticipate in the first game. So as a result, going to be less contested, and we should expect less fights early on, especially considering it is also Miramar. But when we do look at zone as well, Tarzan, going to be a very interesting one in the sense that we already see what is my favorite point of a split in Miramar between Chumacera and Picardo, that road directly through the center, already giving these players and giving these squads a choice of, do you want to go to the south end or do you wish to go to the northern end, and which way do you want to play this game?
You know what, one thing that's established right now is that northeastern side is going to be so congested. That's where the majorities of the teams will come in from, and we can already see the majority of those spots in the circle, phase one circle, saying that's being taken up already. So we're going to have a bit of a bloodbath. Need to see whether these teams know that they could play gatekeeping based on, you know, the studying of the other teams' drop locations, or do they rotate to a more center position early?
I think there are these options from teams specifically like SUDOR or teams like Fate who wish to go down towards that more southeastern side of the zone. Keep in mind that Puerto Paraiso is still open for the first phase, as well as Los Leones is going to be still inside the play area that these teams can look to control for. So there are options to re-get yourself back into safety going into phase number 2, but we are, as we say, quite limited for those on that eastern front because of how congested they are. And also, I think going to be very tricky for those like up towards Tierra Bronca who are going to have to really play early on for the mobility back into zone, whereas as a result, they might not have the time that they would like to loot up and be able to get themselves in the best foot for fights on this congested end.
Yeah, and you know what, Chumacera. We talk about this spot, right? There's so many options from here. Get the access to the southern side hills if they need to. They can access to some brilliant dips to that northwest if they need. But of course, also Chumacera Church, or if you just go across on the east side as well, you get to start scouting for teams, opting in for rotations towards, you know, Los Leones, or rotating out of Los Leones. So I want to see, you know, some of these teams like choosing multiple spots, okay, and even challenging a spot because they know there's a particular team that will hold it and they want to take those spots away.
GUNZ as well coming off, keep in mind, of the second place, and currently GUNZ so dominant. You can see already almost 50 points ahead of the second place team overall, which is Zombies. So 283 points in total. And when you think about GUNZ, you can probably assume that they are qualified already for the PMPL Arabia finals. But this is also a GUNZ that now, being pretty much safe from elimination in the bottom 4, can now actually look to upset and target other teams as well going through this weekend and also the next.
I think when we can just come up with these theories based on the math, right, and the points, it's easier said than done. Like, to really pull out like something from your back pocket and say, I've got this in my arsenal, let's hunt the team down. It's so hard sometimes, you know, to make changes without losing your own style. Like, we always talk about adjustments and what's the thing that is actually doable, and be able to execute it and implement it the next game or even the next day. Sometimes it takes a team weeks and months, you know, to do something differently because they've been, especially for those that's been playing together for a very long time, there are some sort of habits that's very, very hard to break.
And do you then, as a team, yes, have those habits, use these games, so Tarzan, to try develop a different play style through these next few games this weekend and possibly into next weekend as well? Because as we say, being so high up on that leaderboard, yes, they're going to look for points inevitably, but they do have that more freedom and leeway compared to those at the bottom, like YaLLa, who even off of such a big win, only just now edging above those 100 points, and will need to take extra points. You can see them dodging now on Zaid from those bullets from YaLLa. Powerful, looking for even more, but will not find anything for now, and the snipers safe for the meantime. But can they find a counter rotation against YaLLa? No, they will not. And for now, it's just going to be, unfortunately for Marco, trapped inside both duos of YaLLa, and this could be snipers losing one. Yes, it will be Marco the first to fall.
You know what? Like, you just can't have these mistakes, man. Like, especially from a squad that missed one super weekend and is not doing well in that day one, and especially for them being one of those teams, like I mentioned, that has that domino effect, like losing players early, then like not being able to show up like from that point onwards. I need snipers to withstand that pressure. Fine, right? You can lose players early, although it's not decided, but it doesn't have to end there. Right, and I think that goes to many teams as well, and not just teams in this PMPL. So many teams and players that we know still need to train that mental fortitude.
As well, still on the bubble though, when we look at these teams, the likes of Galaxy Racer upping that now already to 72 points. Rab GSG, of course, not playing in this weekend, but those other three teams, as we draw our eyes back towards Fate, Fanatic, Zombies, and the Snipers, these three teams all who had a bad first day. And I think this is an interesting point because I assume that not all of them will be having these pop-off day today or maybe even tomorrow across a whole weekend. So it is about who has that fortitude to be able to rise and be able to pick up these points, because Sniper's already losing a player. You can imagine that their mental state right now is damaged and that they are struggling. But can they bring this back, and how would you bring this back?
Pep talk, you need to know the players so well, you know what works for them and what not. And so that's why we mention infrastructures all the time, right? Whether you have coaches, whether you have analysts, or even sports psychologists and all that stuff. And after all, you need to know why you put a team together, because sometimes we see teams coming together because it's good on paper and it sounds like a brilliant idea, but the actual gluing of the team, bonding of the team takes so much time and willingness as well. Without those groundwork, you just don't know how to bring the best out of a player in a team, right? And you know what, we mentioned some of these other teams being so established when it comes to maybe the organization. And I think that is why it's so important to have certain resources or the willingness from teams to say, hey, these are important, let's establish certain structures, because having these things in place allow them to maybe adapt quicker if they ever change their rosters as well. But we'll first have Fanatic Zombies given a kill, I feel like, because Chaos is one of your favorite players from Alpha Legends, and he's just chasing after a car that's rolling down the hill. I start to like these things. I know I'm a bad person for saying it, but car glitches in this game. I know it's not the PC version, but it's not the first time that we see car issues. We've seen flying buggies, either shooting to Mars or something, maybe 2 or 3 times now.
That was a brilliant game. That was one of the best games I've ever captained. But for sure, I think as well, Alpha Legends on the other side, a more serious note, that Chaos should be much more aware of the possibility that there is a player on the other side. And this was Alpha Legends letting their guard down just for a moment. But for that moment, Fanatic Zombies took that mistake and they capitalized on it tenfold. At least though they find back chills. So it is going to be the 1-for-1. However, Captain has also been knocked and so far away from the rest of the other 2 members, you really do worry. And the fact that also the Blues are closing in on Captain, this will be 2 going down for Alpha Legends. But this could also be his own fight. Is Chateau as well will now have to go up against Blood. And Alpha Legends, they seem almost off of that misplay of Chaos, a little bit lost on exactly how they want to take the fight against Fanatic Zombies.
I feel like they definitely made the split, right? They were set up first, but then they didn't think it through, or they just didn't execute it. The big problem, right, that we see from some of these teams to make big splits is that they haven't thought through how to support, right? And they don't know all the angles to trade. And like, after all, if you thought all that through, fine. But it comes down to the execution. To not peek for too long, to constantly check for your weak side, because this is the meta of third-person peeking in competitive scene as well. There's so many things that you have to think 2 steps ahead, or fight like there's always an Overwatch watching you. Sometimes a car pushing towards you, like 50% of the time, or more than 50%, you have to think someone's trying to use that movement from the car to get me to peek. Like, how wired, how strong are these players it comes down to these mentality as well. And Kato, last one standing, I just don't even doubt that they are going down with that, because being a player in the past myself, I know how bad it feels to make a split and feel like you've planned it out and you just didn't pull it off, and then that just tricks you into weird series of events in your head that you couldn't perform at your best.
I feel like Alpha Legends are definitely going to have to come back into the next game with some question marks able to need to be answered here, especially considering that as Alpha Legends falling so far down, they definitely do need these points to maintain their lead, as all the rest of these teams are still so hungry. You can see towards the middle of the leaderboard, so specifically, it isn't so far open. There is a lot of space for movement on the leaderboard towards that center point, so it is, as we say, up to them to be able to come back into contention. But in this game still alive, R8T versus RT9. So it will be RICO Infinity Team versus the Real Tiger 9. And Real Tiger 9 coming off of a big shutdown from Zombies, off of what was their third game. Not so strong this time around, but getting gate kept as a trio now by RICO Infinity's team. And this is also confidence from RICO, because they haven't looked the strongest coming through this week. And I think they really do need to be able to show something special, at least, albeit not today, but by tomorrow, by the definite.
Yeah, but RICO Infinity team showed some potential for sure, but especially on Miramar, I have this impression of them, having a good idea, but not able to execute it, right? For example, right now, they have 2 from kind of within the circle to gatekeep, with 2 to apply pressure from the side. But the spots that they are using and the way that they're using the spot just couldn't really get things done. Like, for example, NASR trying to shoot from there just forces Real Tiger 9 to say, okay, we're just going to go wide then. And then you can see Surprise just keep going along the edge until he feels safe. And that is just RICO Infinity team, once again, like I said, having a good idea, but not making it work.
RICO Infinity team, especially NASR there as well, on the off angle, surprising that they're not able to be that little bit more aggressive to halt the retreat from RT9 in specific. So they do lose out on the opportunities for more kills. Jigsaw's just going to hold off on the flank side to make sure that we don't aggress further. And RT9, they get themselves out of what was a very tricky situation, at least for the meantime. And you do imagine that they should be able to find that counter rotation through elsewhere into the zone. And unfortunately there for Jigsaw does seem to get caught out, brought to half health, but for them, thankfully, the tank will be able to protect them for now. But this is an important stop, and this is just buying time for R8T, because they too need to make sure that they get into zone, still on the edge of the play area in phase number 3, almost coming to an end.
Yeah, and you know what? I feel like this is why it's so important to know why you're doing something. Like, when they are trying to stop a straight rotation path from one team, then you need to set someone up, to stop them continuing the rotation. Like, otherwise, what have you really gained? Like, if the circle shifts to that southeastern side for some reason, and then RT9 would be in position to gatekeep RICO Infinity team, it's not so likely, but you get the point, because that shift will be so dreadful. It will go hard onto that northern side, but that we allow us to see some of these teams using a very textbook rotation, right? Going wide and enter from, the side, right? Sticking to the current circle's edge and then enter from the northern parts.
Unfortunately for NASR, does seem to be very short on supplies. There's one shot through Miracle, now also Batika, only 2 first aid kits, but what can he realistically do here? NASR, they're stuck on the edge of zone. iKURD are controlling them and playing them like a fiddle, and now NASR, they just rotate straight into another squad of the Tigers, and Batika, just like that, goes down. This is surprising to see these mistakes come through from these teams. Yes, a careful play. Yes, a tricky zones, but these rotations aren't the cleanest that we have seen from the competition so far. And even Hassan driving through both teams, yes, it's the only play you can make, but even going closer to get that initial ridgeline cover should work for now. But as more shots come through, thankfully, Hassan gets through to safety. No, I say that, never mind, I jinxed him. There goes iKURD. Rowan finds final shot, and just like that, NASR will be brought down to the solo player.
But you know what? Like, I don't like what iKURD did there. I feel like it's fine if you want to play spoiler, but you need to have a balance between gatekeeping, choking enemies, as well as rotation. The full team didn't move at all to start to get info, right? So I think this is where they should get punished. Yes, they've got a few kills, but they couldn't balance the two concepts, right? And they now need to become one of those teams that need to keep finding an opening in the circle just because they're so full on in saying we'll gatekeep and we'll move with the blue. Of course, run and gun is one way as they're trailing the side Real Tiger 9, but you know what? Like, this better be worth it, because for now I can see that it's not going to be easy for them to enter the circle without any casualties.
Man, look at Zombies again, Taz, and they're on the south side. They're keeping more teams at bay. iKURD the next, just straight after Real Tigers 9 go down. NASR is well eliminated through. Salah be knocked though, and now we should be the next maybe to fall. If Aza can find the shots through the smoke, but such long range, such difficulty to try find a perfect aim through. Galaxy Racer caught up between their own fight as well against Fate, but Fate be getting dropped by Galaxy. This is going to be now the solo player, but Galaxy go down. Fate with the outplay, keep themselves alive. All the meanwhile, still Zombies holding up against iKURD. iKURD aggressing up though. Ace is coming from the long range and out of close range, but can he make this work? Already down so low. Zombies as well going to find a knock, and this could be iKURD flushed out of the game without even more support. Ace did not buy the time for the rest of them to come up as expected. And Zombies, because they flush out frontline man so quickly, now we just need to get the rest of them. And it will be another knock straight down onto Caligar into the trio. Just easy peasy knocks all day for Zombies. 4-3 kills going towards them. GUNZ as well, caught in a very tricky position indeed between the snipers and even those squads behind them.
You know what, like, am I a bad person? I feel like iKURD got the punishment they deserved. Like, I'm really harsh on these teams because, like, you just look at the landscape. If you play slow, look at the southern edge. Are there spots for you to properly overwatch? Are there ridge lines for you to make progressive rotation? I don't think so. So just die already, and they did, you know. But Salim, with so much confidence for Zombies as well, they are in a good position. And I think, yes, of course, they need to work their way up, but because they're so good at playing edge, and they have entered that southern edge in the type of landscape that allows, you know, splits and staying stealthy, timed aggression and progressive rotation, I can still see them in this endgame, actually.
I think as well for snipers as well, a very tricky position because yes, you're on a more open space, but it's because at your own deficit here, you have to climb up so far up this mountain, and getting caught out like that by Zombies because they just wait once again. It's just the patience coming through from Zombies, not willing to be the first to rotate, but knowing exactly how we need to rotate, being the last team through. And Break could find another juicy knock straight onto the Redoubt. That will not be able to find a straight down shot with the grenade. We'll have to do a bit of spray work, but won't be able to to find a knock through. Zombies need to go a little bit further. The smoke's going to buy some time for GUNZ, but exactly how much time is the question. Free going in with a preemptive grenade will not find anyone. Zombies waiting for now. They're not willing to go in. Break will also find Radolf, but will they be able to find Freak, the final member alive? The grenade tickles them. This should be it. This should be an easy one. Straight through into Freak. There you go. That's what we're looking for. Zombies eliminate another squad, and this is just Zombies. Kills all day, every single day they enter into the lobby. This team is so good when it comes to team fighting.
Oh, you know what? I think top three here can be predicted. SCYTES have established split, same for YaLLa Esports. They've got a dip for Zombies to play as well, and they can come into control and split, and then look at all these squads fighting on the southeastern side. So they all control a pocket that can allow them to clear out enemies on their end if they just know how to time those aggression. And Sniper, down to that one player, not able to get that knock as well. That is patience that you needed. And you're out of the circle. You are solo. What are you doing? But he got that one kill. But at what cost? I still think it's going to be those teams taking those top three because of the relative positions, the relative splits, and the demonstrated area of strengths.
I mean, should be Zombies, considering they've got such much space towards the south side to open up. Yes, you got SUDOR on the other side, so SUDOR really could be that player, Scythe specifically, to really pin down Zombies. Alongside Zayd on the other side, these two solos can really hurt the entire squad. As RICO Infinity team, not so lucky, choosing to go in onto the zone first, will pay the price for that. Sniper's still holding up for now, but inside the zone, you do have SCYTES up now also against YaLLa. YaLLa trying to defend their position, but YaLLa, they have the control of the zone once again, but being so early in, this could be them getting punished for their split. They've already lost Phobia. That's your member on the south side. Opens up all of that space for these southern teams, and HOTLINE as well going on the north. SCYTES are controlling this well, being more closer together. Snipers as well to fall next.
Oh, you know what? This is the type of landscape, man, that is down to those map knowledge. Just look at where SCYTES is. It was one of those typical points. Just look at that minimap, bring out your notebook, and start writing it down. It's on that bottom of that W or power grid, and it's one of the best tips in this circle. Only if you know how to use it and knowing when to peak or whatnot. So we're just down to those four teams, and YaLLa did use the split to slowly come in, and we're able to grab some of those revives as well. But Zombies, like we mentioned, really knowing how to clear a side, and they will be the kings of the south, and we are down to these 12 players only, but a lot of them being full squads.
Zombies in particular, being still a full squad though, gives them these options, gives them the possibility to go for the splits to make these plays, whereas otherwise, had they been a solo, it would have been a lot harder to come into that side, and that's why you see the confidence of Zombies still so close together. But as I say confidence, my curse comes out once again, Break gets knocked, but not before Yamas as well, will be returned by Salia. So the 1-for-1 for the moment, and that does bring a little bit more trouble for YaLLa, as Yamas will be confirmed through from SCYTES to get rid of the kill. YaLLa now down to the duo. You can see Bandar looking to come up together between 0-7 and as well, I think, towards here. The likes of SCYTES coming through to this game to win the win is very real, but it is up to SCYTES to be able to now move away from the ridgeline because the zone does go up towards the northern side.
Oh, it's so tricky. Like, they should use that position to rotate in SCYTES, but they need to know the ridgeline and need to really leave one player behind to really do damage to whoever's trying to rotate. And that's them actually finding and opening fire onto Zombies. I don't know whether that's the best call. They just really need to make every shot count. Otherwise, they are going to lose so much resources. They're going to lose time to come in. You can see YaLLa already trying to set up in the circle.
Zombies still struggling to find their way in, but for how much longer? The blue zone is about to move in against them. Zeko trying to find some off angles. SUDOR still is a solo player putting in masses to stop Zombies' rotation in. They have to eliminate Save. You have to kill someone off to open up some space to breathe. And that is why you see Break going in for the flush, but can they find the full squad in? Save trying to heal up in the zone for now, but will just get firsted out. And with Break now making the next assault immediately now onto SCYTES, but SCYTES have to turn their heads. They've also got YaLLa on the off angle. Yes, you got 2 knocks. Yes, you have YaLLa down, but can you also take down 2 squads at once? Zombies looking for these extra picks. Still one more member of YaLLa's alive. Keeping the squad, keeping the hopeful YaLLa fans in this game. Zombies will get eliminated, but not before YaLLa first as well. But can Zombies pull this off? The duo, Sally still up, still the MVP player, still looking for the fight. Can they make the 1v2? Maybe the 1v3 happen. Sally goes in, but finds the crucial final bit of health to keep himself up. Sally gets immediately punished though by Ghost, and Phobia as well on the offside. Means that the zone still between these 2 teams, but SCYTES are the ones in control.
Oh, that is a brilliant rotation coming from Zombies. They picked a side, they picked the correct side. I will explain a bit more later on, but this is SCYTES just using the position really, really well. It's so easy to just not have the trigger discipline and the patience, and you just pop your head for someone to punish you, but that is them holding it down once again.
Zombies have found SCYTES, but can Zombies take the chicken dinner this time around? The smoke blocks them out. The smoke with the bullets will send them packing to Break, the only player up. But he found Razor. Can Phobia be knocked as well? Not quite. There will be Zombies going down. SCYTES with the second game, the first chicken dinner for them, and this was much needed from SCYTES in particular.
You know what? Like, they're just waking up now. Like, we kind of established that even from yesterday, that they were getting points that they couldn't get, you know, in week 1 of the tournament, and now with that $100 in their pocket as well, with a 30-point game, that is massive by them. But I kind of want to, you know what, I'm going to leave it until after, because there's something that Zombies did that was very nice towards the end to basically increase the chance to make it to at least, you know, the top 2. But I do believe we need to cue to a bit of a break, and it's kind of the first time that I've done it in a while now. We'll be coming back after a while to see some stats, but don't look anywhere because we've got goodies coming up.
Welcome back, everyone, to, of course, PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia, where we have had 2 games now come through, 3 more to go. And this time around, it was SCYTES who took the chicken dinner. Of course, joined with me is also Professor Tarzan. And Tarzan, we're going to break it down straight away while we go into the match stats. Exactly how Zombies were able to still bring themselves up to that second place position before SCYTES took that win.
There were one thing, right, that I should break it down in 2 parts. One is from that mid-game to late game, where they took positions to really use a good split to clear out the surroundings. So that is one thing that they excel at, and that's why they constantly get those kills. They don't, get themselves stuck in a spot. They enter a spot, they think, what can we do in that spot straight away, and they execute it, right? So that is them in their nature. But making to that end game, there was a situation where it's down to them, YaLLa Esports, and SCYTES. And they pick a side to enter the circle where they could be protected by the ridge line, and they could punish SCYTES. Like if SCYTES want to shoot them, SCYTES will expose not just to Zombies, but also against YaLLa Esports. But if they push YaLLa Esports, they will be in a position very easy, to just down to SCYTES to peek and shoot them whenever. So they pick a side that they could use one of the enemy's pressure to the other enemy as well as keeping focus up the hill, as well as spraying down whoever is peeking from YaLLa. That's the rotation that they took. What a brilliant way, to execute that end game. But I believe we do have some stats to look at right now.
Yeah, big brain plays coming through from Zombies, as also you can see very quickly through the rest of those stats towards the bottom teams. And unlike the big brain plays from Zombies, some of them did really struggle. And I think surprising to see some more, put it nicely, not PMPL players coming through some of these teams, with other legends, Chaos coming over, not respecting the fact that Fanatic Zombies could have been there on the other side. You even see the likes of NASR making those weird rotations round, very split, going through between 2 teams, and even the likes, of course, of Real Tiger 9, who did ultimately get caught out in their position, being caught by RICO and GUNZ team, losing a player, and then just not really having a good way into zone, being so far away from it.
I think these teams need to... It's like whatever player or team that I was trying to speak to a coach, like they just need to keep thinking 2 steps forwards, man. Like they keep doing one thing right now, not knowing what situation they will put themselves in. So, iKURD should just die there, but I hope they would improve as well. Just never letting those go, right? But we're going to look at some highlights to recap on some of those, I should say, brilliant moments.
Brilliant moments, and also, as you say, the iKURD faults that they made throughout the game of Miramar. But Alpha Legends, I think it was decent enough for Kaito to buy time, but Alpha Legends should have never been in this position. I think that's what strikes you the most odd out of all of these mistakes, is that they really did seem confused, and the synergy coming between the team really did hurt them. And this was also amplified by the rest of these teams also moving in. As you say, iKURD, one of these teams who did really struggle, getting their frontline knocked so early meant that the rest of them weren't really prepared to come up either immediately afterwards. So we all just got knocked as a result.
Yeah, I mean, they got some of those kills. They got 1 kill out of the intentional gatekeeping, and then a few trying to, respond to a team rotating in front of them, but they're just not prepared for the most obvious thing, which is the gatekeeping coming from those ridges, and just sets this team up, man. Like Zombies so strong doing all that, and SCYTES, what a great pop-off, 15 kills and a 30-point game, and trailing behind them. Of course, we missed a little bit of that first page of that leaderboard from that game alone, but Zombies did take themselves 23 points, and it's a 16-point game for YaLLa Esports as well.
YaLLa, big win for them still. Nevertheless, as we say, YaLLa going to keep that consistency up, which is the most important word for all of these players and all of these teams to be taking into account. Zombies not quite able to pull out the final few kills, so just a few too many members of SCYTES in the way as we do move through to the top 4 players of the match. Razura and Ghost there for SCYTES, but also Salah and Break for Zombies Esports. And I think all these 4 players in general have shown their strengths, but I think we do look towards those who, yes, we talked about Celia, the likes of Break as well, on the other hand, for Zombies, I want to talk about, because they were really the other player that stepped up for Zombies, particularly where you saw Celia fall down. And I think in this other game here as well, Break has been so important to get rid of the likes of RTG, to be able to move up into extra space through the rest of the game to allow, as you say, them to finish in 2nd position. And ultimately, just SCYTES the only team that got in their way at the end. You can see the stats between them, very, very close. And Zombies this time around opting for less kill stats, but more towards the survival stats. So showing that Zombies can still play on the other end of the leaderboard, not just all of those kill heavy points that we do see them go for in the initial few weeks.
You know what? Sometimes it's just a bit of that balance that you may have to let go of. When that is, you're starting to clear edges. Sometimes the circle's not on your side, and that's fine. I think it's them, knowing when's the other way to play it. It's maybe just 1 or 2 out of 10 times that they need to bring something new for them to use it, and but they do excel in that edge play, man, and you can see that is kind of a standard game for them as well. I know it sounds crazy to say that, but it's very different. Like when it comes to, though the stats were very similar, but those stats, every bit of those stats that came from SCYTES was playing off that quieter side of the map, right? So reforming, adjusting splits, and when to tighten up formations and whatnot, peeking, finding a good spot to peek off and kill some players. And so, yes, it came from a two completely different style in that Miramar game.
I think overall the style really does speak to Zombies really honing in on their strengths, and particularly where it is such a difficult series of zones the first 2 games. But going also into then Sanhok, you do have to keep in mind that the other team who, yes, this game around didn't have such a good showing, but GUNZ as well, who had that chicken dinner on the only Sanhok game yesterday. And I think the experience as well, coming through these series of Sanhok games in the league stage this week, has really upped the level of play on that map in particular.
Oh, I think it's very tricky, as always, because the tricky thing about the Super Weekend is we went through a Sanhok League Play week. Because if we do remind all our dear viewers, our league play of every week only has 2 maps, right? So we just had this Sanhok and Miramar week, and I believe we will have Sanhok and Erangel week next week, right? But the same day schedule when it comes to Super Weekend Day. So, how did teams use that practice, to factor into this Sanhok sandwich every Super Weekend Day is going to be very interesting. And same for GUNZ as well, because they had a 1-point game just now, but they're coming back to, if they could have that deja vu, it'd be amazing, because it's from this 3rd game of the Super Weekend Day that they started fragging yesterday, where they started the journey of the triple chicken dinner.
I think when you do think about momentum, very important for GUNZ. Unfortunate for them, not able to be able to find a win for now. But I also want to bring our attention through to one team that we haven't really talked about so much, which was, of course, the likes of Fanatic Zombies, who, yes, have struggled, I think, so far in the first day and also the 2nd day now as well. We've seen them with also Alpha Legends be able to take fights and be able to pick apart, and the strengths are there to be able to control the position, especially seeing it on Miramar just now. But what is it to you that really Fanatic Zombies needs to bring to the table? Because they do seem like they just don't quite fit in any specific playstyle.
It's so tricky. Like, I feel like they okay, let's compare the two very bottom teams right now, right? So we've got Fanatic Zombies with 9 placement points and 20 kill points, but we also have the Snipers just 1 point above them with 21 placement points and 9 kill points. Like Fanatic Zombie are just that team who would enter some area to fight without thinking what's the next step rotation wise. And that is just, you can see from the stats as well, and you could see it in their gameplay. So they need to know what it means if we do it now. Okay, so that's the question that I would ask them. Okay, if they pay me a lot of money to speak to them, Joe. But that's the type of analysis. But that, on the contrary, we have the Snipers who would find a spot, but then I would ask them a question: what can you do? What's the most that you can do out of your current spot? Will be the question that they have to answer, because they keep getting into these positions and not using exactly in a way that they can make the most out of it. So if these two teams can combine and find a sweet spot in between the two ideas, they should get a lot of improvement when it comes to their actual points and the style of play as well.
I think overall, it's definitely the style of play that you should say needs to improve from them. And I think that obviously going into the Super Weekend is that step up, and that step up could be something that initially they aren't so used to. So we will have to see as we move our way through into now Sanhok if they can muster themselves up to the challenge of taking a chicken dinner. Of course, Sanhok are going to be the middleman of the sandwich, as we call it, over on to our screens. And Tarzan, I am excited to see once again Sanhok, because oh boy, did I miss this map indeed. And of course, cannot miss so the beautiful Oppo is of course born to win. Welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your game mode on with the much loved Red 05 series, and the much-loved playing path, as always, going to drop these players down into their deaths, but only one will survive.
Oh, you know what? Just back to that basic, right? Sanhok, small map, use I button, good splits, float if you need on your parachutes, locate early enemies, and then, as always, in this high-level play, study, use your research, and then start to hunt and prepare. It feels like I made a lot of points. There's so many things for them to focus on, but that is why this game is so hard. And you know what? There is some situation right now in boot camp which I feel like they should expect, but this is Galaxy Racer coming in to challenge YaLLa Esports.
I think as well, and this is the beautiful part, because when we look at also our own stats, we're getting actually live updated for ourselves. And when I do also look at the top team here, which is going to be, I should hold that, YaLLa, because YaLLa, they're getting smashed in boot camp. And I was going to speak to their strength being so high at the 8.6 average placement point mark with that chicken dinner, but Galaxy Racer, they say otherwise here, Tarzan. They are like, band up, powerful, we are coming for you. And we will make sure that you will not see the light of day of this jungle map. Always going in, but always gets knocked. Powerful finds the knock. But can he find MJ as well? Now we come together as a duo, making the numbers advantage. Powerful down as well. And this is from bad to worse for the side of Galaxy Racer. They looked like they had the knocks, they looked like they had the team fight, but MJ, the only survivor, trying to come round to the rest of his team for support, trying to come round from a new angle, but immediately, no, never mind, MJ finds it, YaLLa eliminated. And from the jaws of defeat, Galaxy Racer take down YaLLa out of the game. The highest average placement points and average kill points team out in last position.
It's so weird to watch that fight. I feel like YaLLa was like, wow, are these guys actually dropping on us? Right? So they were a little bit caught off guard, but then Galaxy Racer came in to be like, they're just going to yeet it, right? They're just going to push like that. That's how they lost 2 of their players, just saying, I don't care about footsteps, I'm just going to run at you. So it's two very different mentalities, and I don't think either of them are preferred. Right, you need controlled aggression in these types of fight, but they also know, maybe from that phase one circle, which we are kind of yet to see. If I just missed that, and maybe bootcamp's not so good, as a position, and they want to get out of it, before there's a third party going on, or they became an edge position with teams out rotating them. But that is just a bit of a weird, scrappy, wet fight.
This was so important, though, on the other side of things for Galaxy Racer, because they're currently now sat with the first two games 5 kills, and they were yet to find a position, and still yet to find a position, should I note here, to even pick up one placement point today. Have not been able to manage that in the first 2 games. So going into momentum and going into finding a good position and a good positional result for Galaxy Racer is so important in that fight. Keeping, I think, more importantly, the rest of those knocked players alive should allow them at least to do just that.
Yep, I mean, but after a Sandhawk, the level of unpredictability is just off the roof sometimes. But one thing that I still can't really digest that point. Galaxy Rage is just like, I'm just gonna drop on you, like onto YaLLa. And sometimes it brought me back to an idea that I was told, right, Highland Wolf. It's called, you can out-dumb an enemy. You do something so dumb that they don't expect that you catch them off guard. And you know what? Sometimes it's all about that psychological warfare, and it might have applied there. Okay, but I will only accept that school of thought that somehow I applied and suggested in here if right, Galaxy Racer could play another style as well. Not always brute force. Right? I think there's so many ways to do it. And but yeah, whatever they're doing, maybe it worked because they have a phenomenal day one, and they are starting their game 3 on day 2 with a brilliant squad wipe.
I mean, it's working, is what it seems to be doing here. And I think also you should note that when we look at the top of our screen, when it moves over to SUDOR Galaxy Racer in that 16 position, you can actually see that Real Tiger 9, yes, they've had one super weekend, but they are very, very close to overtaking a lot of these teams now, Galaxy Racer. And with one good game, you could actually see them skyrocket themselves about 2-3 places now up towards the middle of the pack. So, as we say, very tight between all of these teams around that 100 to 200 point mark, and going all the way up to even Falcons there just below that 200 point mark, who, as we remind ourselves, aren't playing in this super weekend, and the opportunity for teams to overtake their miracle run that they had in that first super weekend.
But you know what? I have this feeling, right? Or I shouldn't say feeling. Like I would say if FalconsEsport somehow doesn't make the last super weekend as well, I think they still have enough points to make it to the finals. and I think that is such a weird thought to have. And it will feel so weird for them going into the finals as well if they actually didn't make that through. Okay, but I'm not going to jinx them or anything. We all know how tricky that can be, but fate has been waiting. They've been in this position with the trigger discipline for the past 40, 50 seconds. And that team shoot was great. They opened fire onto the single player that has no really any escape strategy. If any teammates of RTG wants to come in to grab El Chapo, they will be in serious danger. And that is why it's not just a matter of having discipline or that patience, but the choosing of the target requires so much wisdom as well.
It's RTG, unfortunately, not in the driver's seat this time around. They're going to have to hold firm for now, as all the sniper squad team from Fate Esports looks to try find the second knock. But the Rock, as we know, protecting RTG for the meantime. But can they get themselves out? And Fate Ragnarok finding the other player on the off angle. El Chapo as well going back down. You can see Fate in that kill feed really doing some dirty work against RTG. The double knock now. AZ coming in for the support. This is so risky because you know that 2 members have been knocked in this exact position. Your car has been blown up. There is no escape strategy. Marshall now knocked as well. This could be RTG easily now wiped by Fate, judging about how difficult a position they are currently in.
Oh, you know what? I just love it when I could, point something
They're
out.
getting bullied.
And actually, exactly, like, they just decided to spray down one particular guy instead of the other 3. And they got, the domino effect that is now in their favor. Look at, like, Lazy just have to go right now, and they're still stuck behind that rock. Yes, of course, there is, a ticking time bomb, but, like, it also comes down to Fate Esports knowing, how to pressure this as well. Otherwise, you just try to spray down on that one rock. RTG would soon learn their lesson after getting re-knocked 2 times. And this is now Reeve in position, Arif, as I was told, how to pronounce some Arabic. Thank you for whoever taught me that. But they are finally in position. And I think is a little bit slow. Okay, but I still feel like they bought themselves enough time. And they are now here, brilliant Nate from Lathe, and that is the player that you like, Island Wolf.
Arif going to be jumping in, but can they take RTG down? The fact that RTG are still in this game, still with 3 players alive, I think that Fate, they could have pushed it a lot more. They could have actually really knocked them down further, but Lady does get knocked. It will be also the second one through from the rest of El Chapo, Senke as well as the 4 means that finally RTG Esports do get themselves eliminated, but it was a little bit closer than you would initially imagine it would be, based of course on how much Fate Esports were literally bullying them back into the rock where they stood. iKURD as well, almost going down, but that is a crucial non-knock for them because SUDOR not finding that means this split currently coming through from iKURD saves them for the meantime, despite the fact that they have though lost 2 players alongside, I think, on the other team outside the zone here, Galaxy Racer, who next to SUDOR in line also need to find some way through. And MaxCast MJ, we up to them to try to solve that equation. Salah, both the rest of Zombies up against SCYTES. That'll be an easy first knock coming through from them, meeting straight into the hands of SCYTES. Revenge, as you say, exactly how it will be served. Cold-blooded by Zombies on the Sandhole kill. As they now get ready for the next engage. The split coming through from SCYTES to 2-1 across the hill. The retreat on the cards for now.
Just the small things, man. Like, Zombies players are so good. You could see the small bits in every, like, maneuver. The healing, they're keeping 360 views. You could see someone's healing, the other one's covering the side, the last one just keeping an eye behind. You can see the character spin as well. It's all those things, man, and they're just pushing SCYTES away. And SCYTES, once again, sometimes you just... What does it mean, man? If you hold down this spot, if you pick this compound, how do you defend it? How do you lose it when you just pick this compound out of so many and you just don't know how to hold it down? And this will be a recurrent topic as we go through this tournament. I feel like that will still be my mission, as long as I'm casting and coaching, around this game, just slap them with these type of, concepts. I think it's just much needed.
Slap them with the chalk, and the further does is it will be, of course, you teaching them the lessons on that blackboard. SCYTES going to be now 2 players down, but SCYTES, they still have a chance here, but it is very slim, judging by their position as well in the zone. Because look, even at RICO and for this team, currently in the center of that zone, and that center looks so congested, Tarzan, between all of these teams. And if this zone continues to centralize around them, this could be some crazy plays from Xanok that we are expecting. And instead, it goes even worse, you could say, against all of these teams, still against the congestion, but half of them now have to find a space in the zone.
Very tricky spot. I feel like it's tricky in terms of how rare it is that we get a final circle around Camp Bravo. It's the thing that I will be looking at, right, will be that road that's to the southwestern part of Camp Bravo, right, to separate that hill, like from that southwestern edge. It's going to be one of those circles where once you go past a spot and past a rock, then you're very, very exposed. So these teams who like and don't mind using a car may have some, priority and advantage, but iKURD are going to face the winners of that game too. But that is them holding it down because of the numbers advantage. AXA, the last one standing, will hold this down, but they are down to those two players and they still got some distance to cover.
iKURD, this could be them closing their way out of Sandhawk. Yes, it will be RT9. The Tigers swipe them down. Their claws primed in Camp Bravo right now between all the rest of these teams coming in around them. But still, on the other side of the deal of Camp Bravo, you can of course see the snipers. Now the snipers, on the other hand here, are so desperate for these points, and this could be their opportunity, Tarzan, if this zone continues to centralize around the compound.
You know what? Yes, of course, it can't centralize any compounds, right? But we all need to play around maybe the next zone shift. I think the key would be to position yourself in areas or pockets of locations that have options open. So I'm looking at that northwestern pocket of this new circle, okay? As well as the southern part of it, because these are the positions that you can have options. You can jump straight towards the center, or you can, go slightly towards like ridgeline and coastline with some hill protection as well. And you can go for those wide rotations. But you know what? Like, it's still going to be really tricky in the coming in. As you can see, NASR trying to use their positions well, but at what price? Because we've got back at opening fire behind their only cover being that tree. No other escape strategy. Their trigger discipline will be his falling and his failure in that small play.
Now, guns worry me, Tarzan, because their position inside of zone is very difficult to now move themselves forward because it is so flat over that ridgeline. And I think as well, Fanatic Zombies, they're realizing the same issue, but on a similar front where you're coming up the top of a hill, you're going into a space that is realistically fairly open. There's only some form of cover between rocks and tree lines, but it does make it so difficult to find those splits, to find those off angles on teams that have already set up shop and have already set up a strong showing in this specific part of the map. And as RICO and Fanatic's team look to continue their control, Fanatic Zombies are edging their way up, but behind the zone as Phase 4 does move its way up even further towards the northeastern side.
So tricky. Like, you could see Fanatic Zombies being one of those teams that were using vehicles to rotate and only has done it, during maybe Phase 3. So they are not scared to tank, and in fact, they've got one of the most important games in this tournament, just tanking their way to second place with 0 kills, but getting some much needed points. But this is the issue. Sometimes you're stuck in between two plans, a little bit half-hearted, and now they may lose some vehicles outside of that circle, and will be one of the latest to arrive a very tough circle. Like, if you're late arriver, you get heavily punished for the circle.
Well, that's why our legends say going for the meantime, as the full squad keeps themselves up for the meantime, as we say. Not so lucky for a member of RT9. Surprise got shot by the players of Alpha Legends. A second now going down is RT9 now lose Eagle. And can Ramic find some returns? Not quite yet. RT9 suffering inside the middle between all of these teams. Fate behind them, there's nowhere to run. Alpha Legends, they have secured their spot on the north side of the compound.
You know what? I just didn't like it one bit. It might just be my, my experience with playing this game. If you just take Camp Bravo now, you just end up in some fights or situations where you are forced to compromise. So I think the these spots like the compound held by Hotline that can overwatch anyone exiting, this west and south side of Camp Bravo. Brilliant compound. I think that is huge for Hotline that they got control over there. I also love the compound now held by Zombies. Yes, it's kind of on that northwestern edge, but if you know that part of the map, like I mentioned earlier, when it comes to which quadrant is easier to play off, they can actually cross the road on the northern side with a little bit, more ridge line to protect. So it doesn't come easy. Like it's almost like it's experience. You need to know the strength of a compound, and sometimes teams just crashing into Cam Bravo is because they just don't know enough about that side of the map, and then it's just textbook center play. If we don't get punished for it, great. But it's actually not as good as people think. So I think it's huge for Hotline in that position. Yes, they need to rotate now with this shift, but they can definitely farm from that position.
Oh man, Galaxy Racer, they almost walked into the trap of RICO Infinity's team, but unfortunately not so much can be said for dodging out on traps for GUNZ. As NASR will take now a second. This is what NASR needed. Off of 2 bad games, they needed this room. They needed to get time to breathe. Now as phase 5 moves its way back outside of Camp Bravo into the more open ends of the jungles. GUNZ stuck inside the blue zone. And this is a very risky play through from GUNZ to go back into the blue zone to pick up the healing, only to need to use more healing, to waste time, Tarzan, on moving away closer into a more favorable position into zone. Fanatic Zombies as well on the other end, though, they too are struggling. Mexico will now be knocked. Blood the only one alive as SUDOR look to eliminate Fanatic Zombies out of any points in today once again. Is all of them still fighting around Camp Bravo. NASR find themselves eliminated. Blood will now be knocked as well into the solo. It will go for Fanatic Zombies.
I don't know. I have no idea what Blood is doing, man. Like, you've got 4 first dates, tank enough, then move. But if you decide to sit in the car, then sit in the driver's seat to create so much noise. That is the things that you can't do, man. That is Fanatic Zombies losing 1, losing 2, and we're down to 1. And after all, their plan just did not work at all. As SUDOR take themselves 4 kills and be the kings on this southwestern edge.
Galaxy Racers as well eliminated alongside, as you say, Fanatic Zombies. A big wipe of teams. Real Tiger 9 as well going to just be cut down by the Alpha Legends crew. Fate as well going to look to now gatekeep Alpha Legends between all of these teams. Hotline, probably the most favorable, I would say, here for their position exiting out of the Camp Bravo side. But on the other end, they're going to have all of these teams rushing in towards them. And now this is up to Hotline to be able to control their position inside this zone. But can they do just that? Alpha Legends so low, but looking for the position in. Now comes the rest of snipers. So Zay gets bam knocked by a handbay from Hotline. There goes the second. Hotline with the upset. The snipers eliminated in 7th. Z2 will fall fate. Another 2 go down. Just 2 more to go. Alpha Legends caught on the wall. This is just 3 kills getting picked one after another by Hotline as they will make their way surely on the edge of zone, playing on the edge. NASR getting knocked, but now as they come out of the compound, here comes the issue, Tarzan. You've got to come up against Zombies. You've got to come up against SUDOR. They're the ones with the real control.
Oh, and Zombies just need to play the game that they are best at on clearing their side. We can see Salir got a very close entry spot. Not quite there yet for the new circle, but they need to clear out SUDOR from behind them. Otherwise, they would just use that hill against them, and Alpha Legends eventually falls, and Fate may have quite some resources because they've got the hard cover for a very long time now. A few phases they can maybe, just heal up and get a good amount of points in this third game.
This is only one player from Zombies realistically coming into zone. Now only SUDOR finding their own sole player inside of zone as well. But can they make this work? Can SUDOR now cut off The head of the rotation from Zombies HOTLINE will find themselves eliminated with a healing from Fate to keep himself up as long as possible. But Reeves should go down in third. SUDOR playing for time. Sally is still alive in front. For the rest of the Zombies looking to make that play, has found Scythe. Can they find a second? Yes, they can. Skidder gets knocked, and now comes to the duo. Track as well, using the body of the extra player to block a shot. Track keeps themselves alive by that play, but Break coming in anyways. Looking to be the MVP, finds the extra knock in, and now just one more to go. SUDOR, they're falling like dominoes as Arif just taking in this fight from the backdrop. Can 3D find it? Yes, we'll find Break, but can they find a second? No, they cannot. And Arif, the Fate steals the second place. Zombies, they're going to have nothing left to go through this game as there goes Fate and the chicken dinner comes through. Tarzan, it was Zombies once again with their dominance, with their control, showing up why they are probably one of the best teams in the PMPL Arabia.
I feel like, because I'll tell you what, I used to, like when I play, Camp Bravo was one of my splits. So that's why I could just like throw out points like that the way I did. And we know, like just knowing that they hold that position, even if it goes towards Camp Bravo side, I tell you what, they can still make a clockwise rotation coming from the northwest side of Camp Bravo and still push it in. Like Zombies just picked one spot that they can really play off, and it was nice to see that they're once again $1,000 richer.
I mean, yeah, of course, right? You had to imagine that. Yes, we have to keep in mind $965 coming through for every win. Zombies grab another one, but we will grab another break before we jump back into the breakdown of how Zombies, of course, won that one. And this is looking so spicy for them. We will join you on the other side. Welcome back, of course, to the PMPL Arabia, where we have now had 3 games come through, one of each, both Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok. And this time around, it was the Zombies who took the chicken dinner. As we move straight on into the stats, Tarzan, we get to see exactly how big a win it was. 26 points coming through for them. A 3rd game in a row that they also get double digits when it comes to those kill points.
Oh, and you know what? Big game for Fate and Hotline as well. 2 of the teams that we feel like don't really know like how they play. Of course, Fate, good that they made it into the Super Weekend, but with some showings like this, what a brilliant chance for them to, grab those momentums, rack up some confidence, and go even further.
Fate Esports as well, as you say, making their way up, but as well Hotline. They were much needed points there as well for them, getting themselves up on the leaderboard, and as well an unfortunate showing down the other end for RTG, SCYTES, GUNZ, all the second game that they haven't had a good performance showing from them. And that really does concern me, because the consistency coming through from these teams is something that we haven't been able to see through today's games. And going now back onto Miramar, Tarzan, this is something that they need to be able to clean up, especially considering there's only 2 more games today, only 5 more games tomorrow, as we move straight though on into the stats. And Tarzan, we do get to see, of course, what brought them to their knees, as it were, what eliminated them. Because once again, we had the hard zone come through for these players.
Oh, very hard. I think it's about map knowledge after all. And I think there's no excuse anymore. Now that you're in the Pro League, every small thing really counts. Okay, and so important. And this is SUDOR actually starting this game decently, right? And they fought off like squads, and then it was only down to those final moments. So important game for many of these squads that we didn't expect to see them shine.
NASR as well. They looked like they could shine. They looked like they had the opportunity to really bring this game. They were taking down GUNZ. They were making it work. But I think as well, NASR, they made the mistake of going into what was so many teams' mistake, Calm Bravo, where they actually got caught out. They all got caught out by HOTLINE. And in the end, it was HOTLINE who were able to get so many kills off the back of every other team moving out. But then it was Zombies who just carefully dissected SUDOR. And after SUDOR fell, only a Reef had to fall as well. The healing paying off the 2nd place. Those extra points coming through. But Fate, they made their match with the blue zone. They shook hands for the 2nd position. And Zombies, of course, took the chicken dinner. Now, this is also Zombies moving their way back up onto GUNZ, because GUNZ, if we keep in mind the overall standings, they were about just under 50 points ahead going into the 2nd game, ahead of Zombies. And now Zombies, they're closing that gap quite significantly, considering that GUNZ have had fairly poor games the last 2 matches. And as we move on to the stats in specific, it does show us really just how dominant they were in this game, but carefully dominant once again. Salir, the core player for this squad, and I think Humam as well, stepping up with those kills.
This squad is just so scary, man. Like almost 3,000 damage on this map. And they were just playing off some positions that you feel like, oh, they got circled less. There's so many times, sometimes you say, hey, a team got a spot in the circle, you see them stay stealthy, right? And they have maybe a decent placement point, but kill points maybe not as, not as much. Almost 3,000. Jesus, like even for, GUNZ that we looked at the map stats, for like all those, games they played before, being ranked 1 before we started today, not even hitting 4 digits, and I don't think it's that bad, like, to be fair, on Sanhok. 3,000.
I think
this squad...
the damage,
crazy.
The damage, dude, it gets me so much, because Zombies every time, and this is what impresses me the most, Tarzan, about Zombies, is that they get the kills some way or another, yet unlike every other team who gets high kill points, somehow make it back into the later stages of the zone. They're somehow able to still get the chicken dinners, to still get the points that are required of them in the placement point sector as well.
I think there's one thing that really like stood out to me from this squad. I think when it comes to the confidence, they were the team that placed the most confident. Like it looks like they have no hesitation in whatever they do. And that is just very scary. Like zombies are scary, of course. Like, but it's this team, man. It's just mental. Like even when you compare to the many teams that are established or whatnot, you could see sometimes they hesitate, right? Sometimes it's not so clean. But it's almost like zombies. There's only maybe a few games, like a handful of games that I feel like, okay, there's definitely a mistake. But otherwise. But it doesn't matter if they have that one. The next game they come back and play like nothing.
nothing bad happens. Like a 20-point game,
right? Yeah. So that is and that is just something that is just nice to see. Like that is so important. It's the confidence. Confidence allows execution. Confidence makes you happy, and happiness makes you perform. And when you perform, you win games, and then winning games make you happy, and then we just go around and around. But you know what? Important is the psych and the mindset.
I think the CC is not crowd control, but is confidence and consistency, Tarzan. For his brought them as we move on into the overall standings exactly so close to GUNZ. And you can see just 1 point separating these two teams as Zombies overtake GUNZ to that number 1 position. Not also mitigating the fact that with 4 chicken dinners, I'm not good enough at maths for it, but 4 times the amount of $965 worth of wins in their pockets right now from the Super Weekend. And that is big money already going into their hat pockets.
Well, you know what? I love how the number of kill points a zombie has is exactly the amount of placement points that GUNZ Esports have. And it's kind of like vice versa as well. So it's really interesting to see. And but that point average per game, like coming through as well. And you know what? Great for Galaxy Racer. They are still averaging 10 points and above. And that is so important. If they get to do this, okay, and for the next Super Weekend as well, let's say they get to play that one, they're going up to 300. And that is a crazy amount of points. If they keep doing this, then they're at around 150, and they surpass so many teams, right? But let's not jinx them, right? But I can still see Galaxy Racer is still one of those teams that looks like a mini zombie, right? They just go in anyway. They want to play aggressive, and they didn't look hesitant. But I think them not knowing, when is it, too much of a brute force, just forcing a fight, that is where they could work on.
That really does hurt them, as you can see as well. Fate with that 2nd position, they're trying to grab every little bit of points that they can, because obviously coming in their first Super Weekend, they're slightly behind the rest of the pack. And you do feel that even with Galaxy Racer, even after their 2nd place performance in yesterday's 5 games, after having not bad, but not amazing games as well, just in the middle of the pack today, still in 16th though, with those double digits averaging every game. And yes, they're close to now getting up on that leaderboard above the rest, including Flair Loyal Team, now in danger of falling into the bottom 4 positions. But I think as well, we do have to expect more from the very end of that pack. For as well, Fanatic Zombies, for the snipers to really contest, because as each game goes by, and as each game I feel slips away from them, their chances of actually being able to pick up enough points going into next Super Weekend as well to make the finals of PMPL Arabia, it slips by that so much more. And I think that they really need to show something special, and I say that now because you do not want to have to rely on tomorrow's games to be able to make that standout performance.
Don't even want to wait for any games. Every game count, just right here, right now. The appreciation and the grasp in control of the present right now, right here, is so important. We don't, and that is one thing that we will continue to talk about. The mentality. Don't wait for the stars to align for you. You need to be the change you want to see. Work hard. Like you didn't rest enough, or you don't feel okay. Take care of your body. Like speak to someone who makes you happy. Like express gratitude. So many ways, and this will never. I'm going to die happy. Like if everyone starts to be more aware of these things and think it's as important as game knowledge and mechanics. As we head on over to our game for Back to the Desert of Miramar, is going to be a hot one.
For the last time for the day, Miramar on the cards, and as well their Oppo, born to win. Welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your game mode on with the much loved Renault 5 series. In Tarzan, this playing path, you talked about teams and you talked about players dying. That is exactly going to be what happens when you see a playing path that completely mitigates half of Miramar, where you think when you draw that line that those teams ain't going to be going further than the likes of Happy and the Patron down towards that Chumacera.
Very different playing path, right? Because we know the majority of the strongest spots, are more towards that top left side, of that map. And now that we have it going across Los Leones, then we may get some congestion around it, but more so, maybe teams trying to glide into the center positions or contest those vehicles to go to some further drops. So although it looks similar, right, to that playing path of game 2 in a different way, one's more top left, this one's more bottom right, but very different just because of how Miramar is as a brilliant map.
Miramar going to be such a decider for, I think, so many of these teams, because keep in mind the other point I wanted to say here about some of those lower placed teams, and even those who have already now been playing their second Super Weekend, this could be their final opportunity this weekend to pick up points if they don't make it into the third Super Weekend. And this could be their last chance in these 2 games today, these 5 games tomorrow, to pick up the points required to qualify. As snipers, they're doing just that. They're going straight up against the second players of GUNZ, and they just get run down. The box on the head of Cash is they just say, don't kill me, we're gonna kill you. And there goes the third drive over to victory. And that is exactly snipers what they needed in this game. They needed this momentum, and by golly, they picked up that in the bucket loads.
Oh lord, that is just, you know what, if that is not a momentum boost for the snipers, I don't know what is. You're taking out the squad that got 105 points in one single day yesterday. But this is the type of playing path that is so scrappy, that pushes teams to go for something that is not to their liking. And we could see the side of GUNZ, down to, out of 400, HP bar, down to essentially 4. And that is snipers with the squad wipe. Who would have thought this is the case? Who would have thought this are the 2 teams who will fight in the early game, and who would have thought it would be the snipers who will kill GUNZ Esports?
Man, look at that. One of the players of GUNZ hadn't even landed before half the squad got knocked us, and this was stupidly fast coming through from them. You can't even see through on the outskirts. RTG Esports looking for those first, but just a little bit too far off to be able to find success with those knocks, to be able to find success with the scope. Marshall gonna have to settle for now. Galaxy Racers as well looking to spread out their control, because as we say, Galaxy Racers, despite the fact that they have had a decent showing so far through the second Super Weekend, but still in 16th position. And this was always going to be the case, I feel, because when you come in missing a Super Weekend, you need to prove yourself. It's going to take a while before you actually start to really see any progress. And I think that also is a test to Galaxy Racer coming in here strong, coming in here consistent still, picking up the points required in the second day, and not letting that phase him.
And I think Galaxy Race is still having that momentum. So I will, want to set a bar to say, hey, you know what, get double-digit points. My reasons are as follows, right? So they had a good day yesterday, right? That's number one. They could use that momentum. Two, they will have that fan base to amplify that effect. But three, they've been grabbing these points, not the type of they got maybe 9 points, 1 placement point, 8 kill points. That's very different to 8 placement points and 1 kill point, because there's such and I just need to accept it, right? It's the feeling of that you are the satisfaction from killing your enemies is just higher than feeling like, oh, I got the rotation or I got blessed by the circle. So for the fact that they got 8 out of 9 points in the previous games from kills, it will still keep their momentum going, right? So that is how I see it. But there's another squad, okay, after Galaxy Racer that I want to talk about, Highland Wolf, and that is the Zombies. And I will tell you why. To see on the kill feed that their competitor GUNZ Esports to be taken out by, on textbook, one of the worst performing team in the lobby. If I were the Zombies, I would just take that and say, look, GUNZ is out. We are going to take it even further and we can win this game as well. I feel like that's exactly what's going through their heads, because what else can you see in the early game other than a kill feed?
And as well as could also be their Alpha Legends, their opportunity to work their way up towards GUNZ, because keep in mind, they are now the third team to break that 200-point mark. Alpha Legends effectively already securing their spot in the PMPL Arabia finals by this point in the show. And as well, I think Alpha Legends, with a big game, could definitely close that gap sizable, but also more importantly here, increase their lead from not only Falcons behind them even more, but also the likes of SUDOR, RTG, who are the next in line, who are also very close towards them, because it is around these top teams that are all looking to get as many points as possible and get as much dominance and as much fear as possible, even into the rest of these teams' minds about this is Alpha, this is the Zombies, this is GUNZ Esports. We maybe don't have that confidence to go up against such a strong team.
Fear factor, very, very important actually in PUBG Mobile Esports. Is the fear factor after winning fights over a drop that you force people away. They don't want to contest that anymore. Like, we've seen that again and again. And sometimes that is why, some squads have become strong, because they know, like, on paper, a particular drop is strong, but they've learned and worked so well around it that allow them to have no contest, right? So they can just use that free roller state if they, after analysis, thinking that is actually the case. And a lot of these squads need to do that. But you mentioned Alpha Legends, Tyler Wolf, and it's so tricky to say, because yes, they play the same amount of games as Zombies and GUNZ, but they are more than 80 points, behind them. It's so crazy to think that it's not just them, but other names. YaLLa Esports play the same amount of games, but they are at 134 points. The bottom second out of all the teams that played all these 23 games. And that is just mind-blowing. Like, to know that above YaLLa Esports, we've got teams that we find it hard to define, right? RICO Infinity team, got some choked. SUDOR Esports, not the brightest. RTG, we said that once again. But to have YaLLa down there, it's just mind-blowing. So we need to sometimes wrap our minds around what's actually happening behind all these points and the situation on this leaderboard.
I think, as you say, is that fear factor between those two top teams who are so strong, as well Alpha Legends, who have had their own strong showings in their own right alongside their Falcons, who, keep in mind, yes, they're not playing in this Super Weekend, but had they been playing, they could have actually been perfectly capable of matching the score that Zombies and GUNZ would have been at, and that'd be a factor of them as well. And I think also then it speaks to YaLLa. Yes, they've not got the points, but they have the consistency in the 2 league days, in the 2 weeks so far, which means as a result, yes, they're not having the best games, they're not having these standout performances, but they're picking up the points where they can. And because they played so many games, those points really do start to accumulate, and that is why they are still in that 12th position.
Yeah, and you know what? They had some of these big wins. We're not going to take it away from them, but like a lot of those like hot games and good points did come through from that league phase sometimes, and we just expect more from this organization in particular. But speaking of some of these teams, right, and what we expect of them, SCYTES, they won that game too, but they dropped. Remember where it ended, right? Around the outskirts of Power Grid. But they are a Campo Militar team, and where they were able to rotate through many squads to control some key positions in that game. Because if you remember, they were one of the latest teams to fly out of the plane because of plane path in Game 2, but they are one of the earliest teams that get to jump out of the plane for this Game 4. So I wonder what's the style is. We could see them using a little bit of strategic tanking in that early phase, and we'll still need to find a spot, right? Seems to like that wide rotation, a little bit of tanking entering from the north side of the circle. I want to see more from this squad so that I can believe that 30-point game wasn't accidental.
This game, a lot about respect, I think, as well, Tarzan, to be noted here, is we only now see the next fight happening after what was the obliteration of the GUNZ by the snipers, looking for even more. But they have suffered their first knock. SUDOR, or Armsoka, excuse me, has been knocked already, and now with Prestige going for what is a very interesting counter rotation in, but here comes SCYTES as well on the back side. So RICO Infinity team, unaware that SCYTES were there, might actually now suffer their own mistake, might suffer their own knock, albeit though, as Prestige will get knocked by Ghost, they do find that second knock onto the snipers. So it does weaken the snipers overall more than the rest of these other 2 teams.
So tricky. Sometimes just so tricky. When you want to go for wide rotation, I feel Prestige right there, right? But he approached the fight as if this is the only possible fight that happens around there, which is not, the idea that you want to have. And I feel like it's safe to say that, it's a bit unlucky for him as well, because, you are fighting kind of on that northern edge, and you feel like it shouldn't be too congested. But if you just study it, SCYTES just doing this similar thing through every game, and you just need to have that info. You need to have that idea. So sometimes I feel like the studying of enemy teams, spots, drops, and rotation routes can't just come through in the infrastructures. Not just the coach, not just the analyst, not just the IGL, but from every single one. Okay, that's what we call the learning pyramid, a learning triangle. If you've done it yourself, you'll remember it the most. So if you are forming spreadsheets of whatnot to, help yourself and the team, everyone should take part. Okay, and that's how I learned, back in the day. And now that I'm here, I always go back to the work that's put in that way, and those months, of my life. And this is going to first be some fights that finally happen. And Galaxy Racer mentioned the momentum. They are trying to pinch this fight.
Galaxy Racer looking for the points, looking for the opportunity. Galaxy Racer are the most likely to come out on top, judging by the fact they are the closest to this zone. The zone, albeit shifting closer. A deja vu, albeit I think to the similar position, but it was in game number 2. Unfortunately for SUDOR, they do seem to be finding it a little bit hard to make their way into the rotation. Scythe does find some success, but in the meantime, 3D still stuck on the outskirts. So on that wide flanking, Galaxy Racer still holding on despite the knock coming through. iKURD gonna lose Caliga, and this is a solo player of Max Cash up against the full power squad of iKURD, holding off for now. And this is also, on the other hand, if Galaxy Racer bite off more than they can chew, because with also RT9 on the backside of this fight, could come in as that fourth party. Galaxy Racer, they need to be much more decisive on who they choose. And I like that they're making this initial rotation through towards iKURD. Yes. And yes, shaking hands with SUDOR to make it into zone, because they understand they can't take both teams at once.
I think that is something that we're waiting for Galaxy Racer to do, to know that, hey, this position is not for us to stay. And that's something that's lacking from this team, and they're showing signs of improving. And it's amazing to see. And I think if they can keep working on these weakness that they are showing through all these lobbies, then this is, the combining that with the aggressiveness and confidence in play, they can really shine. And and it will be the fans who are going to be so happy for them.
Alpha Legends also in their own duel between NASR. As the grenades go down, that will be the first initial knock through from Galaxy Racer onto SUDOR as the crash comes through on the downside to the south of this zone, as it will move towards him. So Picardo going to be one of the finishing areas of this game, which is interesting to me, because particularly this could be an interesting zone based on those who go into Picardo, into the compound, Tarzan, versus those who decide to stay on the hills for the high ground. And it is who wishes to go where. Is NASR still trying to decipher, trying to move about the fight, navigate against Alpha Legends?
So once again, this is the type of fight that you have to think, do I want to approach it this way? With the clock ticking down now at 19 seconds before the shift, and you have to enter an area that has so much, gatekeeping potential, like these teams need to make something work, right? And NASR feels like, oh, we are closer to circle, maybe, let's get into the car. We'll smoke up one position, maybe smoke one vehicle up, with the rest to maybe overwatch a little bit. But I feel like this is the type of chess game. Sometimes whoever it takes first may lose some angles and give angles to the other team, but that will be Alpha Legends actually making the opening knock, but it will be traded. The fight will continue.
And that is what you say, the position being opened by NASR onto Alpha Legends, and they take it with both hands and they strangle NASR with it. NASR now struggling, but Ford meanwhile still in control. Here comes the flank side though. Chaos also looking for their own knocks as NASR tried to make the mistake of dipping around one side to the else with the car, but they'll suffer their third now knock, and now only Hassan alive. Chaos trying to hunt them down. Can Chaos find a final member? Can they find a squad wipe? Will be so important to flush out the entire team. They will find it, and now the entirety is opened up for Alpha Legends to make it through into the rest of the zone. YaLLa as well, caught in between two different teams of both the snipers and also RICO Infinity team, even Skies there alongside them. And this is why it is so difficult to move into this zone, because the navigation around these hills and the navigation down towards Picardo is always so tricky, as we say, for teams to rotate out in the later stages. But differently in this game, teams are going to have to rotate in, and it still stays the same. The rotations between the compound and also the hills are so difficult.
It's so true. You're absolutely right. I think it's the maneuver through the hills, not just by foot, right? But two main things. One, maneuver on vehicles, and two, do they have enough ridge lines for you to progressively go down? Because, and we all know this position is so tricky around Picardo Hills, power grid, like that plateau area. And but you know what? I want to you make one point as well, Hyman Wolf. But I always say, I wonder if you have the circle going towards your drop spot, whether the team can capitalize on it, because you're supposed to know that spot and know that drop so well because you dropped there. And do you know who dropped Picardo? I'm going to test you on this one.
Oh man, you put me on the spot right now. I don't. To be honest, I've not seen them drop this time around, but I'm assuming it was one of those teams that haven't been able to make it into the Super Weekend, judging that we haven't seen them drop so far this time around into Picardo.
I think there's one team. I'm sorry for putting you on the spot. I'm so sorry, Jake, but there's only that one team, right? It was Zombies drop. Okay. Zombie at least dropped it. You're correct. We well, not entirely sure about before, but I remember at least one game, in league play at least, and they dropped it in game 2 just now, and they dropped it again here. So can Zombies take a win when the circle goes over to the city that they choose to drop on? Is my question right now.
To be fair, that does remind me of Zombies. They're rotating out consistently early on, right? When we look back to Monday, where we actually saw the Zombies almost getting caught out by dropping out of Picardo.
Yep.
So it is interesting this time around that you do mention that, because when we think about Zombies putting now this position to the test, this is their comfort spot, and this is Zombies coming off of a second place, off the first place, off what possibly could be them winning out once again. And I'll be interested to see how Zombies look to control this, because they've not gone for the compound. They've actually made that heads-up decision to leave the compound itself and go towards the hills, because they know this is a stronger play, because if the zone ever does shift away from the compound of Picardo, there's going to be virtually no way in such a late game stage to be able to get out there successfully.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so happy. Jay, you're learning so quick as well. I love casting with you. I feel like someone's just, I feel like any points, my brain cells are just not wasted at all. Everything I said was worth it because of you. And that was exactly the point I was going to make as well. You just need to have those options open. They at least, of course, they're being ever so aggressive, right? So they didn't stay in there and they want to control the hills. Makes sense, but they are not rushing back to control the compounds either, because they just want to stay on a site with high ground and with the options to crash some compounds that they could keep, info on. But not to our surprise actually, but to our disappointment, Snipers went out at 10th position after such a strong start. But it's also so unorthodox and unpredictable that I don't know whether we should give them all the credit. But it was definitely F in the chat for GUNZ after losing to the Snipers that way.
Yeah, GUNZ a bit of an F in the chat. For the meantime, I think that was a bit of a yikers joining into the fourth game, and where half your team doesn't even land in the game and they're just getting driven over by the Snipers in 19th position. But Snipers' revenge has hit them hard, and they have been knocked out in that 10th spot. RTG as well controlling one of those interesting spots, because as we did fear, the Picardo compound itself has become no longer safe for these teams, and RTG so high up, they actually have a better vantage point than Zombies to be able to capitalize on this. But I do feel on the other hand of things that if that zone does shift away from them, Zombies still have the stronger spot overall, because RTG navigating off of that mountainside would be so difficult indeed. As iKURD as well, they're facing up to the trickiness of coming out of the compound. iKURD getting slammed by a Galaxy Racer down on the south end as they make their approach, and iKURD once again getting knocked out by the Indian boys himself. There goes the 2, there goes the entire squad of the Tigers alongside them, joining up hand in hand. Is iKURD also will be meeting the fates alongside fate. It will be Fanatic Zombies driving in, will be the last one through, but can they find a shot? Yes, they do. Fanatic Zombies, 2 kills going up, but they are stuck on the outskirts. They are stuck on the side of the zone, and there too lies the problem of Galaxy Racer Tars, and how do you get across that road?
Ooh. Aggressive smoke. You know the answer already. You just know it, and that is just one way. But I think it's not just aggressive smoke, because the angles are, on multiple sides, right? So I think it's about, aggressive smokes, and as well as, smoking your side a little bit, but then the overwatch will be key in here. I think Galaxy Rangers just need to time it well so that they can enter at the most unpredictable time in a very predictable route. And that is, as well, definitely the way to go. Using off the car, that's probably the best way, as they come in to maybe just finish up iKURD, as they did that exactly nicely, and 7 kills up, making to top 6. I did not jinx them. They are doing well.
So important that they play that as a team, because that buys them, more crucially, a compound inside, or a building, should I say, inside the zone, because that protection of your roof is so important when you have those snipers on the hills. And you're then hoping that the next phase shifts down towards you to buy you some more leeway, but it just doesn't. It goes towards actually RTG, but still not exactly on top of RTG, which is what makes this still another tricky shift, because all of these teams have to move, but is who decides to move first that is the more tricky answer to make, because you have those down at the bottom side of the zone, but also those that need to rotate in the top, and who decides to be more patient in the rest.
You know what? Like, it looks like Zombies going to win another game. I'll tell you why. Out of all the positions, they are the only team that could rotate before the circle pop. Even they could be a team that can bear and have entry spots to whatever type of shifts possible. They have a way to get downhill. They got a way to move across the hill. They, of course, have the split on the hill, and they now have the numbers advantage. And they have many, chicken dinners already, and they can really just use that position. Now they have entry spots as well, and now they are just able to look down the hill and farm at the same time. And that is also RTG using the position, I feel like, not to the best way. They could really put pressure on that hillside a bit more, but because they are comfortable, the comfort that's in their head makes them not move and not use their spot in the best way.
Fanatic Zombies suffering the knock, suffering the deed of the gun here, as guys Reserve will look to first them down. Max Cash, the late rotation will cost them by the blue zone, so they will lose the vehicle, they will lose their third man. Zombies pulled back for now, though, because there is still also a duo of SUDOR alive, which is that third-party upset that could stop them in their tracks as well. Galaxy Racers stopping SCYTES to grenade almost half a second more would have blown sky-high SCYTES. But there goes the triple knock. That was a beautiful one. SCYTES get destroyed by Galaxy Racer down on the bottom side. But can they continue their path up? So difficult. Here is Galaxy Racer. Only 2 members, keep in mind. SUDOR with a beautiful pick onto Marshall. And this is the third party that we talked about. This is SUDOR's opportunity to really make their secretive position now count when they make that first awareness onto the map, their first presence onto other team.
It's really, really tricky, but RTG staying on the spot that can give away audio cues as well. This is just free kills if the side of Zombies can use utilities, and we know they can. And this is RTG just choking themselves to death in that position, and we are actually down to 2 teams. That is SUDOR eliminating the South Galaxy Racer as well.
Can SUDOR wipe Zombies? It just doesn't look like they can. Skitter's the only one left. Zombies, they take their back-to-back chicken dinners, Tarzan. And by golly, do Zombies look like a dominant team by now. They are rolling away with these leads in these games.
So scary, this team is just the consistency. Hey, you know what? Yes, I was right. Like, GUNZ Esports going out early, Zombies mean is now our time to shine, and they did it once again, right? And they're now tied. Like, when it comes to number of chicken dinners, well, it's not easy, by the way, because GUNZ got 3 in a row yesterday. But that being said, we need to go on a short break so we can look at some stats with a fresh mind later on, and then we will get ready for the last game of the day.
Welcome everyone back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia, where we have one more game to go of the second day of the second Super Weekend. This, of course, is me and Tarzan with you as we jump straight into the stats. Zombies Esports coming off of another back-to-back now big fat chicken dinner win.
And Galaxy Eraser with 20 points as well. The fans are going to love this. You know what? Like, I love it as well. Like the confidence coming through as well, and something they must have fixed. I didn't exactly know what, but it's been working. And SUDOR Esports RTG, one of those few squads that we sometimes don't remember the big games from them, almost like minimal wins coming from them, but they are just getting those points. So they are holding down those like 5th to 6th positions and overtaking Falcons bit by bit.
Is Alpha Legends as well. We talked about their opportunity for a good game after GUNZ fell down super duper early, but not able to find that success. Neither their YaLLa and HOTLINE, and as well I would even add their Real Tiger. Unfortunately for them, another bad game, but I feel like I'm saying every game, and at this point I also have the kind of mindset that these teams really need to step up, because we said about confidence, and we have so much confidence in the ability of these teams like Zombies, like Galaxy Racer, coming into this second Super Weekend so strong and picking up so many kills, in fact 10 in total this game around, alongside including SCYTES picking themselves up, and even the snipers were able to get those 7 kills, so picking up some points even though they did fall down in that 10th spot. But when we look towards the bottom side of the leaderboard, Tarzan, it's these same teams that crop up and again, and as we say, confidence is something I wouldn't have for them, and I think going in through the highlights, break down exactly why they fell down. Yes, we know GUNZ, but the rest of them, I don't know why I would have to see them back down on the bottom of the leaderboard again.
I feel like they didn't do some adjustments that's needed, right? For example, like for those circles, for that type of playing path, you're stuck around the side that's so hard to congest when they didn't have a defined, position of control, and just relying on those oat splits. YaLLa Esports went out early as well. 0 points for them, so another hard game for them. So these are the issues. Adaptability. Right, and I feel like it goes hand in hand with confidence. If you don't have some confidence, you will not adapt and say, that's fine, right? We can roll with this. You will just feel so insecure for doing something that you're not used to.
I think as well, when we look at the stats, even there, yes, YaLLa are in second when it comes to the average placement points. Zombies have an average of currently 17.4, whereas YaLLa have an average of 8.8 when you add in both kills and placement points together. But a team right behind them, SUDOR as well, 8.6 average with their 6 points average on placement points of these 4 games. And specifically SUDOR, one of those teams, I think, along with SCYTES here, that really are upping their game a lot, and you can see that based on actually their position in the leaderboard, of course, as well, Tarzan, moving their way actually now into that top 5.
Yeah, and that is just amazing to see, because we've seen SUDOR, do some good things. They had 1 chicken dinner so far, but the style is slowly coming through. They have more aggression and whatnot, but we need to focus on Zombies that game, because yes, they dropped Picardo, they went back to Picardo, and the back-to-back chicken dinner as well. And if you give them that, it's just, I feel like I need more adjectives for this team now. I can't just say they're scary or something. They are consistent. They are
like the nightmare under the bed of all of these other players in the lobby is exactly what they are. They are the team that you think, okay, maybe they don't have the zone this time around, but they still seem to make it work. And I think this is something that really speaks to me, Tarzan, is that when you have a team so dominant, but I also feel that they're able to make it work even when it doesn't happen to be in their case. And I think as well, the other team that really showed up in that specific situation was Galaxy Racer, who were, despite the fact they had come out from Picardo, they were able to put out a lot better showing than the likes of the snipers, who unfortunately did get kind of knocked down in that 10th position, but were able to make it work because they were able to survive as well to that 4th position. So the aggressiveness, but again, also the patience to be able to pick up those placement points.
I love that pick from the production team when it comes to comparison, because these were the 2 teams that didn't make it to the first Super Weekend, but were able to make it to the second. And you can see they are coming in a very different style. And Galaxy Racers are just like literally racing and running people over. That's how they are trying to play. But the snipers are not really doing that. Not really seeing them use a sniper either, so I'm not very happy. And so, it's confidence, I feel like. And you know what? We just need to see how they play that out, because these teams can. I think one thing that we can look at is how many of them can overtake our GSG, who's missing this Super Weekend. But let's go to some brilliant stats that people love, which will be that fragging board. And you know what? I'm not surprised with miles ahead of the rest of the lobby. Crazy select and break. What the hell, man?
I'm like, It was never really a contention, but the fact that as well, you even have Humam there as well, really speaks to the fact that zombies are so dominant. Alongside there as well, you have the 3 members of GUNZ. These 2 teams have specifically been very, very kill heavy, as we expected, still in that top 10, but also good stuff to see there. Safe making it on for SUDOR in that 10th position, as well as RICO Infinity team bring up that 5th position overall. And I think for RICO Infinity team, the one player that on that board really bringing them up those points, because RICO Infinity team as well, we mentioned them at the start, well, they've not really had a great showing so far this Super Weekend, coming off of what was a disappointing final day off the first Super Weekend as well. And then again, it strikes once more, and they don't have any really opportunity for points. And they're going into the last game as we move over to the overall stats as well, where they don't actually have that many points. They are slipping slowly down on that leaderboard, 7th position right now. But more importantly, as we move through to the other slide, how close the rest of the teams really are behind RICO as well.
I think that's one thing that they can at least rely on, is that they are doing better than NASR. And that is actually surprising to a lot of people, because NASR was the team that was like fire, jungle fire in week 1. You feel like anything that comes close to them will just get burned up, right? But they are not. We mentioned RICO Infinity having some difficulties, but NASR performing even worse. And we'll get to see that second page soon as well. And it's not just NASR that is struggling. There's some of these teams that are just not yet to define themselves. Like iKURD, some mistakes that we can mention. SCYTES, yes, some big games, but consistency not quite there. HOTLINE, very vague memory of them. And then YaLLa Esports. That is just like, other than Real Tiger 9, like YaLLa Esports is just the other team that is still, below that part of the table that has played 24 games up till now.
I think it also speaks to the fact that, yes, YaLLa and also those above them slightly look still dominant because they played so many games. But when you actually compare them to a team like NASR, who are picking up that 100-point mark, they're not playing this Super Weekend yet. YaLLa are only about 30 points ahead of them. And not to take anything away, again, from YaLLa, because when they do well, they really do well. And I think they are still one of those stronger teams, but they definitely need to show up the consistency a lot more, because that is what is bringing them down. And I think, as we say, what is saving them is the fact that they are playing so many games and being able to at least average some points every single one.
It's so tricky, like being a coach, sometimes what to focus on when there's so many stats that you can use to, both boost your confidence up, as well as, pinpointing some, reflection and learning points. Is just so tricky. Sometimes there's this mentality, like, because confidence is so important, that sometimes certain players have no mentality or emotional control to face their shortcomings. And that is, something that came to my mind when when we get the privilege to look at all these stats, is how to use it. How do we actually use it? Does it speak enough truth? If they do, in what way do we use them? There's time and space, for us to use those. But sometimes the best way to see whether they've learned is the following games that they get to play. Right, so we're down to this last game of the day. We're back to Green Hills of Erangel, and we are ready to go.
As we jump back onto the battlefield once more, Tarzan. Erangel to close off the second day. The second day of the Super Weekend here is we will make our way across the eastern side towards the west once more, but it is going to be a slightly more northern playing path, so these teams have the options this time around to be able to jump up to those previously unreachable sections of the match.
I would love to see some Kameshki and Stelba, give me some Severny action as well. Zaki, use it. I think North to River is something that I would love to see because we actually don't see enough of it. We always may get it, and then we end up back onto the main island. The reason why we say it is, like, we think, right, at least for me, I don't know whether Highland Wolf would think the same. I know he's rooting for Stelba, that I know already, but teams need to show their map knowledge and dominance in every segment of the map. That's what defines a champion. So we want to see it, and then adaptation now coming through. We've seen too many, like Western Plain Path, Southern Plain Path, but when it's slightly up north, to see teams floating towards, like Kameshki side, that is a good one, and we will have somewhat gentle, gentle shift of that phase 1 circle, not even the shift, but it's just gently on that western side, and we will see actually RICO Infinity team taking one of those spots that we mentioned being Zaki.
I think as well, though, the fact that you have the northern side here, Tarzan, open to the likes of Fanatic Zombies, it definitely gives them some more leeway, and I hope that we do get to see a more northern zone, something that I think have been lacking through the PMPL Arabia, and something that is to be tested just that little bit more. We have seen glimmers of it previously when it comes to the later zones, but not a full-on shooting range, Severny, Zaki side zone, and still the option for that nevertheless is also, I think when we talk about other ends of the map and that northern side, we do have to consult why, Tarzan, on a more serious note, we have the fact that Stalba is not in the zone. I mean, seriously, game? Considering that we have this beautiful fight, can we not have it on Stalba, please? Can we not have RT9 fight against SCYTES on the mountaintops? That is exactly what we're after. It's like, I feel like this is your oasis. This is the Erangel oasis, is what it is RT9. They're still, nevertheless, despite my rambling, they just don't care. They're gonna keep swiping their claws out. They're like, okay, SCYTES, you have one more health. We're gonna still bang you down. That is a shotgun. Rank will go down on the other side, and that will be the 1-for-2 trade. And SCYTES have done their work. They've done exactly what they needed to do. And I do say, where's the zone? Where's that work still to be done?
Well, just tricky early game, man. Like, sometimes you just need those early vehicles, but the fact that they contest in compounds, we are forced to play these, support games like long-range support, and you can see GUNZ just using that UMP and the VSS doing so much work, using the info that Razor has been given, and this is going to be a scrappy one, and they will actually get punished for that, not knowing enough of the defensive angles, and the support from the long range were insufficient. So SCYTES is slowly losing their ground, but do bear in mind, in these early fights, so few resources, so that means every mistake is a lot more punishable.
I think the RT9 still hold on to the slightly better position of the fact that they had that distance between both SCYTES, that solo play, and the rest, and that is why you can see RT9 taking that advantage overall through the match, because they're able to separate SCYTES. SCYTES went in one by one to try contest RT9, but because you still had Phobia on the back end, I don't think that works so well, because what you end up now is this issue of a player being still on the backside, but nowhere to go, because there is literally no space for them to hide. There's no space for them to retreat. There's no vehicle. There are no smokes currently available, not enough anyways, to make that smoke road back at such an early stage of the game. So you do fear that SCYTES, you could see them, despite all our praise, get caught out by one of those lower placed teams.
But you know what? Like, I feel like that is a little bit of the difference coming from the landscape as well. RT9 is along the side, which they could use more hills, etc. When SCYTES, if they need to retreat, they kind of just need to, go straight south or southeast, right? And but you know what? Like, that being said, I don't like the fact that Real Tiger 9 is spending so much time still hanging around here. They're not getting more things done. They are not going to get a peek out of the last player of SCYTES. They want to clear them out and take that one extra point, but they are just not doing any of it, and they're just like hanging about. So maybe they're trying to be respectful, but like there's also definitely some miscoms in in identifying, like enemy's position as well. Otherwise, they would have just pinched that last player as soon as possible.
NASR as well, they're going to pick up these vital points, going to drop over in their comfort spot of the school and the apartments. Not going to be challenged for this time around, has previously though. And I think this also buys some space, on the other hand, for NASR, because when you do talk about them slipping, they're currently, of course, in that 8th position, the 160-point mark. There is this slight contention between that 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th place teams, where you can see it is only about those 10 points between them, and effectively one good game from moving yourself up 2-3 spots. So there is this important closeness between these teams in the middle that could be then joined up by some of those other squads. Like we also mentioned, Galaxy Racer, making that tightness of the leaderboard just that much bigger. And especially going into the third Super Weekend, if that ends up being the case and it builds up, that's where you start to see the more exciting finale Super Weekend number 3 come out.
Yeah, that's definitely something that we hope. Right? But as for these teams, is on a gamely basis, right? Every single one counts, and love the fact that we're seeing Galaxy Racer in the vroom, like just new car. Like, what's the name of it again?
Look, it's not as good as a beep bus. I refuse. Okay, I mean, we see it everywhere, but nothing can beat the beep bus of Miramar. And there is nothing that you can say to me, Tarzan, that is gonna change my mind on this.
Well, but you know what? Like, it's the sight and the view of the races in the vroom race car. So
no, Tarzan, I'm not impressed.
Okay,
I'm not impressed by this. it's too common.
Okay, right. Yes. The problem is, I don't think they can find a bus on here. So, like, now that is, this is the map. Let's see how they, use those to rotate, because like the races, Galaxy Racers, not only have the fan base, not only in the hope of the Indian region, but also now giving us hope as well because of the way they've been playing. Yes, I know it's not perfect, but momentum and confidence is important. Right, but speaking of momentum, of course, we have the Zombies here scouting out Potato Hill, and I would love to see them defend this like very classical spots, like in the mid game with high ground, and it requires very, heads up, studying of the map to know how to split and control it.
I think for now, what they'll do is just park up and wait for the zone because they want to initially have that sense of control to split apart, but not too far because this zone could still shift up one hard side against them. So this is a smart decision that they will wait for now. Unless we wait for that phase number 2 to close in, it will centralize nevertheless over towards Headshot Hills and Ruins. And that may be, in one end of things, for the more simplistic view, a easy zone, but you may be deceived, Tarzan, because we know Headshot Hills and Ruins is probably the trickiest spot to navigate in this zone, and so tricky as well. Unfortunately, therefore, Skies finding themselves out of the game, going to be the first to fall. Was the solo anyways, but did well enough to survive this long. Galaxy Racer as well, going to pick up 2 kills against GUNZ.
We were talking about how GUNZ were the most consistent team, and then I feel like we're just down to one team now, and being Zombies as the consistent team.
Yes.
And how can you enter Pachinki Hill, one of the strongest like mid map, center map positions, without really scouting? Man, come on! Like if they are okay, if they were there first, right, then why wouldn't you hold down the strongest position? Why is the other 2 players like on this side? So that is them wanting to do many things at a time, and you just can't really do that.
Do you know what I will say in opposition to this? If I'm being kind to GUNZ, and I'm not going to take away the fact that they make these mistakes, but the fact that they could be trying out new stuff, keep in mind, because they do have so many points, they could be like, well, we can just like run over this, we can try this, maybe that doesn't work. Okay, that doesn't work, but that's okay, because we've also got almost 300 points. So they do know that they're already practically through, of course, to the PMPL Arabia finals. They've done what they needed to already, and by and large, they've succeeded quite well with that. And we know that GUNZ have the potential on any map coming out of their Turkey yesterday to be able to take the chicken dinner. It is now, if they choose, as we say, to try those new strategies, and maybe they just should not. Maybe they should just stick to what they know, based on the fact of how early they seem to be going out. And particularly, we'll jump back to last game on Miramar, and their probably PTSD after being driven over by snipers.
But you know what, right? It's fair. Like, if they want to test things, that's fair, right? But if you want to test things, then you need to be mentally prepared that it's so new that you may not make it work. And when it doesn't work, you cannot lose hope or momentum. Like, you need the emotional control, like if that's the case, and it's fine, because if you're testing things, it may not work the first time, and then you have to emotionally dissociate yourself, you know, like in those situations, right? And but there's another issue when it comes to that. It's, we sometimes say it's about what a team does when they are both at the top and at the bottom, like, and that's the issue. GUNZ have never been so on top like before yesterday. So they were kind of like good, but not the best, and they knew it, so they keep grinding. Was today slip due to finally the complacency coming through from, because they finally being the undisputed best team in one day, right? Like, that would be my worry for any of the teams, and I feel like it could be that, although I want to be completely wrong, because I'm a big fan, right, for these important, you know, mentalities, you know, staying humble when you're at top, you know, and keep finding what could have possibly gone wrong, although what it seems to be was everything went right. But we will have this shift. Tricky right now, because you mentioned Ruins is in play, Headshot Hills in play, Watertown in play, and we are excluding the North River part of the map.
I think because these areas are in play, though, you'll see that more congestion towards the south side of the zone, and that is what scares me even more, because this isn't a super safe place. This is still edging out of Gatka Fields, where it is still flat and it is still fairly dangerous. And you look actually towards some of these south teams who need these points so desperately, the likes of both Fanatic Zombies and also Snipers, who are making that southern rotation in, but they're up against Galaxy Racer, they're up against, more importantly, even Zombies here. So it's not gonna be an easy, straight other side rotation in that you would assume would be much safer, because you don't have to enter in where the zone is shifting away from. There's YaLLa Esports as well, coming down for the mountainside, have been caught by RICO Infinity's team on the rotation in. They were first down towards the compound, so have the safety in hand for now, but the hands of RICO Infinity's team, they are explosive, and they are looking to try find a picks. They found Bandar, they found Yamas. Now we're looking for the third with 07 and Powerful, the only other one up. The 2 versus full squad of RICO Infinity team, and they are looking for some success finally, this squad, if they can pull this one out. But 07 has other stuff to say about this. Ozil will take down a double knock themselves, looking through the smoke for the third one, but won't quite find anything for now. That will be the third one to come back out. Dips back in for a second shot to confirm the kill. There goes even more, and as the revives come through, they take full advantage to equalize the scores once more. Yamas as well needs to come through, but they have been pinned. Prestige looking to see if they can bait anyone through alongside that. Powerful on the off angle, making sure that they don't engage in any cheeky ways.
And you know what, like, RICO Infinity team tried. Like, I feel like they've done the homework to scout and take multiple angles, but it's not easy to push, especially for from Ida. Ida coming from YaLLa Esports, having that solo play, the 1v2, alleviate a lot of pressure and stopping the squad from collapsing, you know, through the pressures of today as well. And they will hold down the spot, but it's not going to be easy rotating in, because we have, ladies and gentlemen, a Headshot Hills finish.
It's the Headshot Hills, the infamous ruins and headshot hills, Tarzan. They're here. And they are unforgiving is the word we will use going into this. And as we will see in the next 10 minutes, Tarzan, exactly how unforgiving they will be. NASR edging their way up against Alpha Legends, who have drawn the short straw, I think, in this case, already heading towards them. Will now have to defend them as Kato almost takes a nade to the face, one being returned, but will fall short. NASR, they're healthy for now.
Oh, tricky, right? Like, because when you're playing around these spots, against other teams who wants to control a pocket or particular ridge of headshot hills, there's always that long-range third-party pressure that could come through. But Zombies now trying to rotate through, and they will be tested. But Edge Fight is where they shine, and I hope they can show more.
But can they successfully navigate through the Zombies? That is the question. Now, Zombies, they are the furthest away from the zone. Now, initially I would be like, well, Zombies are the worst case to get back in the zone. But I'm not going to say anything, Tarzan, because we've seen them through multiple games already get back inside the zone where others do falter. And talking about faltering, this is, of course, a tricky position of Alpha Legends, being the first in, meaning that now Captain gets sieged by, of course, the snipers moving in. You end up with a 4v1 situation. Snipers is going to do a beautiful role, but the beautifulness will have to come to an end. His Captain Chaoso comes in for a quick kill, and actually, snipers, what I thought would have actually been a easy dive onto a solo picked out player of Alpha Legends is actually reversed into the pick against snipers themselves.
Just so tricky right now, and you can see it's all about the different angles. It's about actually knowing this part of the map, the particular dips, the particular ridge, thinking about how to make a split based on what's in front of you. And this is snipers finding a dip, but will not be able to hold it down. Beautiful nade coming from Hotlines. They are trying to control this northern side like a boss.
Man, HOTLINE, they're controlling the tower, they're controlling the highest vantage point here, overlooking the headshot hills. And this is so important for them because when they overlook this specific area, the vision is going to be the most important thing here, Tarzan, to keep in mind, because they are on the outside of the center of the zone. So being on the outskirt, it means having that awareness of how to move in will be so important, and actually obviously picking up the kills as well, going to set them in good stead for HOTLINE to increase their overall score in this game of Zombies. They are just doing Zombies things. They find another knock on now their way inside the zone. They have successfully made it through against the Fanatic Zombies. His blood will be knocked, and also Alpha Legends, Kato will also suffer. Alpha Legends just down to Captain for the meantime, but in the center of the mall, HOTLINE driving through, so aggressive though, looking for the final player. There goes snipers finally. They will suffer the fate of falling down second to last, and unfortunate for them in 19th position will end up overall with only 40 points after 2 days of Super Weekend play. YaLLa also looking to change their fate on the outskirts of the zone alongside, as we say, so many SUDOR alongside them.
And you know what, like, one team in particular in that past phase or two that really caught my eye was actually Galaxy Racer. Like, they just took a center portion, like, with no feet. And that's crazy to see, because like you expect some of these teams to say, hey, headshot hills is so hard to predict, man, like when you're just playing like dead center, and I agree, right? But they still took that spot like a boss, and it's just crazy. But now they have to make sure that they demonstrate the reason as to them doing it, and they need to hold down YaLLa, who's down to only 3 players, and also coming in at the same time will be multiple squads, because the blue zone is now closing. It's going to be so chaotic.
Man, RICO, they went super aggressive. They paid the price for it. Fanatic Zombies losing 2 as well off the backside. SUDOR cleaning up YaLLa. This is just chaos as phase 5 shifts into the next. SUDOR as well going to get knocked by Zombies. Here comes the pain train. The Zombies, they roll over the lobby once more, doing exactly the Zombies things. Galaxy Racer as well, going to find their own series of kills based on their good position towards the center of zone. YaLLa, they're going to finally fall out. SUDOR looking for the cheeky one. They will go back down into the smoke with that extra knock onto Hamam. Now Salah looking for the molly straight in, but will go a little bit short, which keeps them up for now. Trax has to stay alive. Salia searching through one smoke at a time, being so careful, using their also Zeko for the vision. That's brilliant work from the teammate. Even knocked, still Zombies use their knocked teammate to exactly suss out where they are in the smoke.
And that is just a brilliant play coming from them. But you know what? It's not going to be easy because they are outside the circle. But you know what? They can still make it work. But I spoke a bit too soon, right? Zombies went out, but not before they got themselves a good amount of kills, and we're going to prepare for the next shift, and that's actually going into the hands of GUNZ on that southwestern side. But it's not easy. The landscape are so tricky to play, and we still have Galaxy Racer trying to rain down their area of control here. 9 kills right now, and that not player will get picked up as well.
HOTLINE, they suffered the issue of being in the center of the circle, and they were like piggy in the middle. They got beat by multiple teams back and forth once again. Alpha Legends also trying to desperately navigate their way in, but so far away from zone. Galaxy Racer, them too as well. So strong right now. Already with those 9 kills, they're looking for even more. They've got all the full squad up. This could be Galaxy Racer's game if they can find the right angle into the zone. But equally, the other team that are in their debut of Super Weekend Magic is Fate, who as well have the full other squad up.
You know what? It's just crazy to see. Like I actually thought Galaxy Racer may not have what it's needed, but you know, like I just need to trust. Like they are just a hype house, and it's going a bit crazy right now. They know this. It's almost like experience, and they're just waking up. Maybe those 8 months that they didn't play was actually just the time for them to, you know, really cool off, so that they don't go crazy like now, because they are just getting points after points, and they are going to pop off, I feel like.
Do you know what they are, Tarzan? They're like a bear. They hibernate all for a series of months, and then they use up all their energy, and then they come out onto the river, onto the battlefield of Erangel, onto Miramar, onto Sanok, and they just eat everyone alive in games like these, where they just obliterate everything in their path, just raging through like the giants they are. There's NASR. Still going to struggle, getting naded, rained upon, but not the type of rain they want. It is Fade Esports. They make their way even further in. They're looking for Batika, but can they find the frontline member? So crucial is they eliminate them down. Now comes the next. Can they find a second? No, they will not be able to find it cleanly though this time around. One knock does come through. Ragnarok is down. So we're going to have to hold up for the moment. Hassan going to join back with the rest of NASR. Going to reset as quick as possible as the zone once again shifts all the way over to Galaxy Racer. And Tarzan, if this doesn't look like Galaxy Racer's game, I do not know what does.
It's just crazy. They had one of the craziest, you know, days that we've seen. And that is just momentum. I don't know, fan support, you know, experience, I don't know, but map knowledge for sure. They took a spot and know exactly where to go after, and we could see the third party now coming through as well. What a beautiful way to play this game, Galaxy Racer. You deserve all the hype. I doubt, and I was
grenade
wrong.
Could be big. That grenade could be big if it lands on target. Oh no, just slightly off. It won't find NASR, it won't explode them into little pieces, but Fate will do the work anyways. They're driving over NASR. They just can't quite find the member. NASR keeps himself alive.
Oh, God.
NASR delete Fate Esports. They went for to drive through, but they got driven over by NASR's bullets. NASR now going in for the next one up against Galaxy. They have to reset so quickly here as well. Do have the off-angle team of SUDOR still up in this game as well.
I think it's just Galaxy Racers game, man. Like, they've got rich lines, they've got number advantage, they've got info as well, and off angle. But you know what? NASA needs this as well, and I feel like this is where I want to, be harsh on them. Yeah, I can see they're trying to be safe, and maybe it's right. They need to wait for the next shift to, guide those movements. And but they also have the numbers advantage with not advantage as well. But that is MJ taking out an anchor point player. That is so necessary. That is going to be setting themselves up for such a strong day and a strong win.
I said at the start of the day, the grenade was the type of play that would get players a win. This knock is the type of play that gets Galaxy Racers the win. They knock down the entirety of NASR and they take the chicken dinner home. A big win for them and much needed points going their way. If any team, Tarzan, that didn't make the Super Weekend in the first week, now coming into the second impresses me, it is this Indian roster from the Galaxy Racers.
Need to look at the point average as well. I think we will be very impressed, but we've got more stats to come. Let's take a short break and we're just going to see these last bits before we wrap up the night.
Welcome everyone to the closing show of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia, the second day of the second Super Weekend. Of course, it is me, Handwell, joined by beautiful Professor Tarzan, and it has been an absolute whopping 5 games once again, and Galaxy Racer coming out with the penultimate game to boost themselves so far ahead as we move straight on to the match stats.
What an important game for them. 31 points once again. Man, okay, let's put something in perspective. Arab PSG got 53 points in 15 games and then missed out on this Super Weekend. And then Galaxy Racers here just come in and take 31 points in one game. They are doing phenomenal. That is brilliant. But NASR, much needed points as well, because we've been waiting for this team. You know, after that week on league play, they've been a bit quiet ever since.
I think overall, this week 1 league play, definitely they're walking up from that, and I think as well props there to RCG to secure, should I say, their third position once again. So RTG maintaining their strength and maintaining their position over in that top 5, top 6 position overall, where we also look towards the rest of those teams, Tarzan, who didn't quite show up in, unfortunately, I think many of those teams, as we said, many of those names we are familiar with for the wrong reasons down on the bottom of that leaderboard, but more surprising, SUDOR as well, down so low, considering that actually when you look at the damage statistics, yes, you've got the high ones of the top players, but SUDOR put in some fair amount of work for not many kills and not really a good position overall.
But you know what, like, I just love how Galaxy Racer play. I just can't knock it off, man. Like they were so good, like so confident. Like in those type of circles, there's a lot of teams wouldn't want to enter headshot hills because you just can get breached and pushed or pressured from multiple sides. But I think it's just map knowledge. Good split, held it down, capitalized, controlled rotation, increased control on edge, Overwatch and spoiler play. Everything that I want to see were basically in that game from this team.
I think as well, coming not only from Galaxy Racer, but as well, we have to mention the consistency of the other top scoring team. And I think I hold that thought actually, because we do look at more of those players from the top their final games, so we will move over and obviously see both OS and Ultron, but also their Navo from the side of NASR, bring in both the damage and the Tide for the highest amount of kills. But this also brings me nicely onto what my point was about also Zombies being that other team joint with Galaxy Racer for being the more aggressive team of the lobby, for being that team who in specific were able to average every game today 10.2 kills, and to get double-digit kills, and also to be the highest team on top of everyone else in the lobby, despite placement points as well going towards them being their other strength. This is really dominant stuff coming through from Zombies, and I think these two teams together are really stepping up to that next level this Super Weekend.
Just scary stuff. I need a new adjective, honestly, but I just love the way they play. I think I've watched so many teams play, and so many different areas, but Zombies is just one of the most confident. Not in the way that they go too far. Like this that line there when you just go into being stupid.
Yeah.
Right? But this is not the case for them. But today we celebrate the success of Galaxy Racer. Just a day's success, but I think is good enough.
Oh yeah.
And especially in that last game, 2,426 damage, 31-point game, 16 kills. That is massive. That is so huge for them. And you know what? Snipers only got 16 kills, all across the past 10 games, and you have Galaxy Racer taking 16. in a match. Like that really shows the side-to-side comparison.
I mean, not to knock snipers. I think snipers have had their own games in their own right where they had these little like nuggets of gold that they really can show their strength. But I think when we do look at the other end of things, then we do look at those bottom end teams. I don't think it's just snipers that worry me. I think it's actually some of these squads who are still, even though they're facing their second super weekend, as we say once again, are still dipping down on the leaderboards and still dipping down on the stats. And particularly the team that scares me the most is the likes of Real Tiger 9, who the only other teams below them are teams that aren't even playing, are both Rad and Flare Loyal. Real Tiger 9, they have not had at all the showing that they need to have, I think, across both super weekends.
Yeah, it's scary. Like, once again, side-to-side comparison, okay, guys? 134 points from Galaxy Racer in 10 games. The team that played 25 games that only got 3 points above them is YaLLa Esports. Right, so
yeah,
things are just possible. Like, you just need to grind. Like, sometimes you could feel. I know the characters are characters and they're not exactly the person in there, but you could see sometimes in the way that they move. The characters move, you could see what's going through the head. Right, so we're just going to go back and do a bit of a recap to see who did so well. And getting all those, money as well, winning and taking these chicken dinners. Galaxy Racer with that last chicken dinner, but tracing back. We have Zombies taking 2. SCYTES with one of, it's almost an outlier, right? We don't expect them to do well almost, but they did it so well in that one map. Let's not forget about YaLLa Esports. Yes, we've been grilling them or whatnot. They're still kind of in that tricky position, but they did start today with a win.
I think that they had the opportunity to really bring that to fruition. They've just not been able to find it. I think, yes, the zones have been difficult, but they're difficult for everyone. So you can't really also blame it on that. I think that they do have, because we say is I think for all of these teams, they have their moments when they really do shine, but it's who shines more consistently and who can really bring that more consistency to the table across all of the games. As we say, that's what really makes a team something special, not just when you can have the best results in one game. As we move through to something special here, as we look at the total damage done by every single player, the top 10 in total, and these top 10 teams, more so, I think, no surprise once again, see Zombies on top, GUNZ on second, Alpha Legends on third, the top 3 teams respectively, but also the fact that RICO Infinity team so high up there when it comes to those kills, 96 kills and 24k damage, alongside there still, even though they're not playing, as we say, FalconsEsport up in that 7th position, even their Galaxy Racer joining up in the 10th, even though they've only been in, as we say, 10 games. That's 12,700 damage between those 10 games, 74 kills.
Crazy. Like, there's so many, like, it's a bit mad to think about it. Like, if you go through it as well as averaging more than 7.5 points kills per game, and you just don't see that a lot of times. But like, let's just hold that thought as well to say, Zombies like sucking out every spirit of the lobby as well. It's just insane, so insane, that amount of damage as well. And you know what, we'll move on to the next bit of infographic to give us a bit more insight, and that will be the players' performance.
All 4 players of Zombies, Tarzan, on the top players of the day. I mean, if that doesn't speak dominance, if that doesn't speak sucking the life out the entirety of the lobby, I don't know what does. I mean, it might as well just be a zombie graphic by this point if we just slide MJ on out of there. But props to, of course, MJ for surviving against the dominance from the Zombies squad.
We'll get attacked soon. Infected. Maybe he's just infected by the zombies and just got bitten too many times, right? Like, and now I've become one, and now I'm fragging on behalf of don't know who. But jokes aside, like it was just absolutely mental. It makes me feel like I want to learn Arabic just enough so that I can interview this team to see maybe the methods of them training, what's their backstory or whatnot. I feel like that's something that I definitely want to do and would be like great to find out because it's legends in the making. Yes, let's not go too far. The legends or whatnot is not PMGC or whatnot yet, and we keep learning. It's about outgrowing each other, right? But as per now, they are one of the strongest squads. You know, I've seen in a while. You know, in the types of mistakes that they make as well, it's just harder to pick like as time goes on as well.
I mean, they still have to make it to EMEA League, but they're well on their way to certainly getting on that boat. And as we move through over to the overall standings here as well, Tarzan, we get to see just how dominant they are. Already 321 points. And the best part is they still got another 20 games potentially to go.
That is a bit scary to think about it. And man, I just need to choose another word, but that is insane. Like the amount of kill points that they have alone, like would place them in a very secure spot. You know, in
they're higher than like
I'm
half
talking
the
about
teams in play kill points alone, Tarzan. What do you mean?
Exactly, and I'm thinking about can they, you know, stop playing any like following matches in this tournament and just use their kill points and see whether they qualify to the finals. But you know that's not the attitude that we use, you know, going by these things. And but yes, and it's actually still good to see that Falcons still up there. That shows how good they were last week, but really need them to come back because you can see how everyone's just like getting into, you know, the weather as well, you know, like and starting to show some of the true strengths. And we're going into the second page, we can see Real Tiger 9 definitely struggling in there.
I think of well props as we say once more to Galaxy Racer for really boosting themselves and setting themselves in really good stead to go into tomorrow's day of games, really upping their position now. They've set themselves up, they've got the foundations ready, but as well the foundations need to still be set properly by both Fate Snipers and Fanatic Zombies, who all slid their way through to this super weekend. But for what here, Tarzan? They're only picking up minimal points. They're going to need a pop-off day tomorrow to really bring something back, and then even more so go back into the third week of Super Weekend and do that once again.
Yep. And you know what? Just more and more storylines. My heart aches to lose the number of teams, you know, like on my, you know, on my list of consistent teams. But the gods of PUBG give me back something. Galaxy Racer, to our surprise. But we're going to move on to look at some very interesting graphics as well. We always talk about the chicken dinner money, right? And we are, of course, with 5 chicken dinners each. GUNZ Esports and Zombies having $5,000 per now.
They're smacking it when it comes to money. They are like throwing the dollar bills off of the balcony is what they're doing when it comes to these chicken dinners, Tarzan. When it comes to guns, when it comes to the side of Zombies, so dominant. But as well, also, you should be said, I think, for the likes of those other teams who are still picking up those chicken dinners here and there, it still is evenly split down on the rest of the leaderboard for getting that cash through. And I think the opportunity is still there, even for the likes of those who don't make it in, those 4 teams to the PMPL Arabia finals. They can still pick up something when it comes to, of course, getting those chicken dinners. They might not get the top 16 cash prizes, but they can definitely pick up money nevertheless.
Different mentalities coming in. I think if I get to play, I would just see those as, shouldn't say consolation prize, because it is it can change your life, like, you know, get upgrade in gears if you win those chicken dinner prize money. But it's going to be being crowned one of the best in the region that matters is a marathon. as we mentioned before, and we are 2 days down. And it's a bit sad to say this, but we've got 9 super weekend days in total, and we are 5 down already. So we don't have a lot more to do this, but we are going to pass it over once again to DK and Span Cargo tomorrow to take us through who will be able to get more prize money by winning chicken dinners, and who can stay with the momentum going into the league play of week 3.
Oh man, super exciting stuff for them to be able to bring it to us for tomorrow. Same time, same place, where we'll see who comes out on top in the second super weekend of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia 2021 spring season. But of course, this has been myself and also Professor Tarzan here. Thanks also to ESL, my bad, here for bringing it on the production. And of course, as we move our way through on to the daily recap.